continuing, and how do you see the role of BIDA in looking at lessons learned, perhaps to be applied in other sectors? Over to you, sir, and then Amin.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tumo. First of all, I'd like to thank ILO to arrange this type of seminar or workshop in this time. And we all know that we are going to graduate from LDC in 2026, and we are going to achieve SDG in 2030. So we know that we have to face some challenges after LDC graduation. And we also know that apparel sector has a significant role in our economy. Almost 80 to 84% export earnings come from apparel sectors, RMG. So we are trying to support RMG. Also, we are trying to some other diversified products in our export basket, because we know that after graduation, we have to lose some facilities from our developing countries. And also, we have to need to increase our production. Also, we have to arrange some employment, and we have to ensure our compliance and quality and standard also. So BITA is trying to facilitate with different ways as a part of our government investment apex body. You know, the BITA is the investment apex body, a promotion agency with other 4 agencies, and we are trying to accommodate some job creation, and also we are trying to give some incentives in apparel sectors and also other sectors to increase our export. Also, we are giving priority in our domestic consumption, because you know that we have a huge population, and including our export diversification, we have to ensure compliance, safety issues, and standards in our domestic consumption also. So due to this reason, we are trying to ensure a model which we call TSC, which I want to say T for technology, S for skills, and C for compliance. And to build this nation is a developing one in 2041. You know that our vision, our Honorable Prime Minister, we are trying to use technology in our different sectors. And also, we're trying to strengthen linkages between the apparel sector and domestic suppliers also, and service providers, which we think can create opportunities for backward and forward integration. And we want to skill our people to face the challenges in future in apparel sector and also in other product sectors. And recently we are trying to develop leather and leather goods and plastic goods and furniture sector, then steel products. We want to drive these products side by side with apparels. We do not want to keep apparel aside, but we want to keep it side by side, that we can add other products also in our product basket. So I think overall, the success of the apparel sector provides a strong foundation of Bangladesh's economic growth and development aspirations. And by capitalizing on this success and implementing targeted strategies to address challenges and capitalize on opportunities, Bangladesh can realize its vision of becoming a prominent player in the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I will go to Mr. Amirul Haq Amin, President of Industrial Law Bangladesh Council. What do you think in terms of the trade union side? What is the trade unions and federations' role in contributing to this progress of the garment industry going forward? Over to you, sir. And after that, I will go to Mr. Fasli Shaming.
Thank you, Tom. I think most of the audience, they are our people, Bengali people, though there are some of the people, they are other countries, but they are also familiar to Bengali. So with your permission, I actually want to say something in Bengali, in my own language. So first of all, you think sustainability. এবং এই সাস্টেনেবিলিটি এর সাথে সেখানে আমরা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন, সেই ট্রেড ইউনিয়নের কি ভূমিকাটা থাকতে পারে, এই দুইটা জায়গা। তো এখন একটা হচ্ছে সাস্টেইনেবিলিটি, যদি আমরা বলি তাহলে সাস্টেইনেবিলিটি বলতে সেখানে অবশ্যই সেই ব্যবসাটাকে প্রফিটেবল হতে হবে, সেই ব্যবসাটার একটা ভালো মার্কেট চাহিদা থাকতে হবে, সেই ব্যবসাটার এর পাশাপাশি এইখানে যারা শ্রমিক আছে সেই শ্রমিকদের যে সমস্ত আকাঙ্ক্ষা, শ্রমিকদের যে সমস্ত রিকোয়ারমেন্টস, সেই রিকোয়ারমেন্টসগুলাও অবশ্যই পূরণ হইতে হবে। আমরা আমাদের জায়গা থেকে যেটা মনে করি যে অন্যান্য বিষয়ের পাশাপাশি একটা জিনিস আগে খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ছিল, যেটা এখন আমরা অনেক দূর পর্যন্ত অগ্রসর হইতে পারছি, সেটা হচ্ছে সেফ ওয়ার্ক প্লেস। রানা প্লাজার পরে আমরা বাংলাদেশ গার্মেন্ট সেক্টরকে বলতে পারি পৃথিবীর অন্যান্য অনেক দেশের চাইতে আমাদের ওয়ার্ক প্লেস যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে নিরাপদ। এখন যদি আমাদের এখান থেকে মুভ করতে হয়, সাস্টেইনেবিলিটির দিকে যদি যাইতে হয়, তাহলে ওয়ার্কারদেরকে সেটা প্রয়োজন হচ্ছে, একটা হচ্ছে যে আমি তাদেরকে হেলদি ওয়ার্কার হিসাবে দেখতে চাই, আমি একটা ভালো ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রিলেশন দেখতে চাই, আর যদি আমার হেলদি ওয়ার্কার, স্যাটিসফাইড ওয়ার্কার যদি না হয়, যদি গুড ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রিলেশন যদি না হয়, তাইলে এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রি সাস্টেইনেবল, তার প্রফিট যতই হোক, তার মার্কেটে চাহিদা যতই হোক, সেটা হবে কিনা আমাদের জায়গা থেকে সেখানে সন্দেহ আছে, এবং আমরা মনে করি যে সেটা সম্ভব না। তো এটা যদি করতে হয় তাহলে অবশ্যই তার যেরকম নিরাপদ কর্মস্থলের যে বিষয়টা আগে ছিল, আমরা এখন যথেষ্ট অগ্রগতি সাধন করতে সক্ষম হয়েছি। তো আমাদেরকে তার একটা ভালো মজুরির বন্দোবস্ত করতে হবে, যে মজুরির মধ্য দিয়ে সে সুন্দরভাবে জীবনযাপন করতে হবে। আমার ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রিলেশনটা অবশ্যই সেটা ভালো করতে হবে, এবং সেটা ভালো করতে গেলে শ্রমিকদের পক্ষ থেকে আমার মনে হয় যে যেটা রাইট টু স্পিক আর রাইট টু অর্গানাইজ, আমি রাইট টু অর্গানাইজ এটাকে প্রথমেই আনলাম না, হয়তো অনেকেই একটু অন্যভাবে দেখবেন। তো অন্তত পক্ষে যারা কর্মস্থলে যারা কাজ করবে, তাদের কথাগুলো যদি তারা বলতে না পারে, তাদের সমস্যাগুলো যদি তারা সামনে আনতে না পারে, তাদের সমস্যাগুলো যদি আলোচনার মাধ্যমে সমাধানের যদি বন্দোবস্ত না থাকে, তাইলে কিন্তু সেই শিল্প সেক্টরে কখনোই একটা হারমোনিয়াল লেবার রিলেশনশিপ তৈরি হবে না, যার বহিঃপ্রকাশ আমরা অনেক সময় দেখি যে আমাদের বিভিন্ন শিল্প অঞ্চলে বিভিন্ন ধরনের বিস্ফোরণ ঘটে। তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন, আমরা অবশ্যই মনে করি যে আমাদের যথেষ্ট দায়িত্ব আছে, একদিকে দায়িত্ব আছে, অন্যদিকে আমাদের ভূমিকাও আছে। তো যদি আমি কর্ডিয়াল, যদি হারমোনিয়াল, যদি ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রিলেশন যদি আমি চাই, তো সেই হারমোনিয়াল ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রিলেশন ওয়ার্কার টু ওয়ার্কার হইতে পারে না। একটা ম্যানেজমেন্টের সাথে প্রত্যেকটা শ্রমিকের ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি এটা হবে না, সেটা হবে ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন যদি থাকে তাহলেই সেটা সম্ভব। আলটিমেটলি আমাদের এখানে যেটা দেখা যাইতেছে যে ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করতে গেলে যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে সেখানে আমরা এখনো বাধা অনুভব করতেছি এবং ইউনিয়ন বাস্টিং এটাও আমাদের হচ্ছে। আমার মনে হয় যে এই জায়গাগুলোকে ক্লিন করা দরকার। আর এর সাথে আমার আর একটা বিষয়, সেটা হচ্ছে যে গভর্নমেন্ট অনেক সময় অনেকগুলা ডিসিশন নেন। একটা তো হচ্ছে যে আমাদের লেবার সম্পর্কিত হাইয়েস্ট যে অথরিটি সেটা হচ্ছে টিসিসি, প্রাইভেটাইজড বডি। তো আমরা গার্মেন্ট সেক্টরে যারা কাজ করি, যারা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন, আমরা মনে করি যে গার্মেন্ট সেক্টরের এইটা টিসিসি না রাইখা এটাকে চারপাক্ষিক করা দরকার। একটা হচ্ছে সরকার, মালিক, শ্রমিক, এই তিনটা যেটা টিসিসিতে আছে গার্মেন্টসের জন্য, এর সাথে দরকার হচ্ছে যুক্ত করা বায়ারদেরকে। বায়ার তার মানে আমাকে সুইডেন যাইতে হবে না এইচএনএম খোঁজার জন্য। এইচএনএম-এর এখানে রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ আছে। যদি এই চার পক্ষ যদি একসাথে না হয়, কারণ আমি যেটা চতুর্থ পক্ষ যেটা বললাম বায়ার, দে আর দ্য মেইন অ্যাক্টর অফ দিস বিজনেস। তারাই যদি আমার এইখানে এই শিল্পের এই ইয়ের মধ্যে আলোচনার মধ্যে যদি তারা এখানে অন্তর্ভুক্ত না হয়, তাইলে আমি শিল্পের সমস্যাটা কিভাবে সমাধান করব, কিভাবে আমি উত্তরণ ঘটাবো, এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা প্রশ্ন। আরেকটা বিষয়, আমি একটা মিনিট সময় নিচ্ছি, সেটা হচ্ছে গভর্নমেন্ট অনেক সময় অনেক ধরনের ডিসিশন নেয়। গত মাসে একটা ডিসিশন নিল, সেটা হচ্ছে আগে যেটা ইনসেনটিভ দেওয়া হতো, সেই ইনসেনটিভ, ক্যাশ ইনসেনটিভ, সেটা কোনো কোনো ক্ষেত্রে বন্ধ করা হইলো, কোনো কোনো ক্ষেত্রে অর্ধেক করা হইলো, কোনো কোনো ক্ষেত্রে তার চাইতেও কমানো হইলো। তো এখন গভর্নমেন্ট যখন এই ডিসিশনটা নিল, তাহলে যারা এই ব্যবসায়ী সমিতির যারা প্রতিনিধিত্ব করেন, তাদের সাথে কি গভর্নমেন্ট আলোচনা করছে? ওই দিকে যারা দুইজন আছেন তাদের সাথে কি আলোচনা করেছে? তারা কি আমাদের সাথে আলোচনা করেছে? উইদাউট ডিসকাশন অফ দ্য ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, উইদাউট ডিসকাশন অফ দ্য ওয়ার্কার সাইড, how government take this type of decision? Government should revive this type of decision. আর আরেকটা হচ্ছে আমাদের গার্মেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রিটা এই সময়ে, আমি এই ডিসিশনটার পক্ষে না এই কারণে যে আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রিটা একদিকে যথেষ্ট বড় হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রিটাকে এখন ডাইভার্সিফাই করা দরকার, বিভিন্ন দিকে এটাকে প্রবাহিত করা দরকার। এখানে ভ্যালু অ্যাডেড প্রোডাকশনগুলো হওয়া দরকার। এখানে আমাদের নতুন নতুন মার্কেটগুলো খুঁজে বাইর করা দরকার। আর যখন আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রির প্রয়োজন হচ্ছে নতুন নতুন মার্কেট খুঁজে বের করা, ডাইভার্সিফাই করা, মোর ভ্যালু অ্যাডেড প্রোডাক্ট যখন তৈরি করা, তখন গভর্নমেন্ট ডিসিশন নিল যে আমি ইনসেনটিভ দেব না অথবা ইনসেনটিভ কমাবো। দিস ইজ নট দ্য রাইট ডিরেকশন, দ্যাট ইজ উই থিঙ্ক। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
So thank you. And before Mr. Ehsan will talk on behalf of PKMEA and BEF, I'll just paraphrase a little bit quickly on what I heard. So basically what I heard from Mr. Amin is that there will not be sustainability, or it will be lacking, in case the issues around healthy workers, better wages, better industrial relations, better respect to the voice and representative voice of workers, if it's not there, then there will not be a sustainable industry. And the importance of having when decisions are made, one should refrain making them unilaterally, and one should have the workers' organizations and the employers part of those discussions at equal footing. And that's, of course, the nature of dialogue. That's the nature of tripartism. That's why, at least the ILO, we promote the idea that you should not make decisions that impact on workers without workers, right? So Mr. Amin is reminding us of the principles of why trade unions matter and why they should be considered equal partners in this journey of change. Now we hear from Mr. Ehsan. You are now representing today also the Bangladesh Employers Federation and also the BKMEA. The question to BKMEA is, you have a target by 2050 to increase your business to 32 billion. 30 billion or 42 billion. Yeah, 32. That's almost the totality of the sector 5 years ago. That was the ambition then. So how do you see yourself achieving this, considering the social, environmental, and business imperatives that you are facing? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Tomo. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mustafis for arranging such kind of initiative and seminar, which is really on the time. Yeah, you said that our target is a little bit but it's challenging, but I think it's achievable because there is a lot of challenges there, but we have overcome a lot of issues over the past, in fact, last 1 decade, as Miran Bhai mentioned, that right at the moment we are, if it is not safest, then of course it's the most transparent apparel sourcing hub in the world, Bangladesh, and we have the highest environment-friendly LEED certified apparel industries all over the world. And then, as you know, we have signed most of the core convention of ILO, and we are on the right path to establish all these issues in incorporate in our labor laws, rules, and I believe that a relationship with the union and the industries is much better than other apparel supplier country in the world. I don't want to mention the names. But of course, I feel sometimes that if we have one single sectoral union federation, then it could be much better to handle. But still, we have very good relation with all the union representative. And you know that we have established RSC. In my two sides, there's 2 board members of RSCs present from the Indian side and from the manufacturer side. So and we established EIS, as you mentioned. This is now working very well. So we have done a lot of things to prove ourselves that we are on the right path. What we need to do is to inform this good work to the buyers, and not only buyers, to the end consumer, because to achieve that target, we need end consumer support. I always say to change the end consumer mindset, because when you need sourcing from a responsible hub, then the buyer should be responsible too. It is not that only sustainable product manufacturing, only responsible with the workers, only not responsible with the manufacturing side. It also the other part of the fashion should be responsible and sustainable, because when you make some design, if it is not sustainable, when you give the price, when you make the purchasing practices, or the whole purchasing practice should be sustainable. As again, I want to mention that Miran Bhai is working on that. He is our spokesperson. We all are working on it, but Miran Bhai is our spokesperson on that issue, STTI. We are working with ZIZ and International Apparel Federation. So I think that by making the brand Bangladesh and marketing Bangladesh, we can achieve that target. But of course, we have to give more emphasis on the environmental issues, circularity, because as you know, the CSDD is coming in the European Union. So that will be a kind of challenging issues, but things are not new to us. Just we have to adapt, embrace those things as per their design, but these are old issues to us. So I think we are in advantage position than the other competitive countries, because we, as I mentioned, we have done a lot, especially in last 10 years. So if we can uh, marketing ourselves, if we can inform to the end consumer, and we can, if we can go for some new market with a diversified product, then it is easy to achieve this $32 billion. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Then I will go to Mr. Khurshid Alam, and then I'm already alerting Mr. Mesbahuddin Ahmed that you will be next, and then Madam from the Ministry of Labour. Mr. Alam, how does the responsible business fit into the vision and mission of EPZs? And how does it, in your view, impact on foreign direct investment? Over to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Chumo Putino, ILO Country Director, and all trade body leaders here and respected audience. How it is possible the responsible business for mission vision of EPZ. So just I would like to say a few words regarding mission and vision of EPZ. The vision to be the significant contributor for the national economy of this country, and vision of BEPSA, strengthen the economic base of this country through industrialization, promoting investment, then more FDI, and also generation of employment in the country. I think responsible business, any industrial unit in the EPZ or in the outside EPZ, the investors, the buyers, the workers must be responsible, because business directly, indirectly relating with all the stakeholders, the workers, the employers, and the brand or buyers. So when any industrial unit ready for operating, it must be compliant. For industrial building safety, I mean the structural integrity of that industrial unit, that is very important and must be taken into consideration by the company owner as the responsible businessman. Fire safety of this company, that is very important for ensuring the total working environment, I mean the workplace safety of the workers. Because in any industrial unit, thousands of workers are working in the company. So it is very important to think for fire safety also. At the same time, the investors or the company owner must take into consideration the better compliance, because the workers' payment, high salary, timely payment, occupational safety and health, everything that is very important to make the investors, to make the workers, to make them confident. If better working condition and welfare of the workers is being taken into consideration always as the good investors by the company owner, then it will be the easy understanding for the workers to be the proud part of the company management. I am the part of this management. So win-win situation, good working environment, positively better work, maximum output, timely shipment, product quality, everything is possible. And positively better company will be the competitive advantage to the it's a, as the responsible businessman and trustworthy partnership for the international buyer. So I think BEPSA mission and vision is very clear. For industrialization, for economic development, we want more FDI. And from our 40 years of experience, at this moment, 8 EPZ, 1 economic zone is running. About 500 companies are in the EPZ area. 460 companies are in operation. More than 5 lakhs workers are working. Within these 40 years, it's a confident to the workers. The authority is there, our worker rights, workers' payment, timely payment, wage in time increase, that is being done. That is, they always feel they are the part of the company management. And better working environment, that is very important for the company owner to make the shipment in time, to convince the buyer, even if as the responsible businessman, better or improved compliance is there in any industrial unit, also the foreign buyer will be the proud partner to give the more order this company. That is, I feel, as the responsible business is very important at this moment, because the world is passing a very difficult time of hard competition. To convince the buyer to take the order, that is very, very competition. At this moment, strict compliance, overall safety, better compliance, that is very important and must be taken into consideration for the responsible business, for more FTI, for industrialization, for investment promotion, boost of export, and employment generation in the country, which ultimately will help for our national economic development. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reminding us of the importance of fire safety and chemical safety. We just had that horrible fire at the Bailey Road, and we need to understand that this workplace, it's a service sector workplace. You have customers and you have general public subject to this type of tragic incident. So it reminds us that the compliance to fire safety and building codes and generally in relation to workplaces and public spaces continues to be a challenge and needs to continue to be elevated and addressed. Now I would like to go to Mr. Mesbahuddin Ahmed, who represents not just the garment industry, but generally the trade unions with multiple sectors. So the question to you, sir, is what can unions and employers in other sectors learn from what has transpired in the garment sector? What can be the priorities going forward for non-garment sectors when it comes to workers and employers and worker right issues? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, we can celebrate success of apparel industries in spite of tragic happened of Rana Plaza, Tazreen, and low wages, continuing low wages of workers. And this sector employed more than 40 million workers. And it is already 40 years that we are continuing the apparel industries. And we are achieving very success on it, but we should not depend on particular sector. And we have migrant workers, those gets first priorities, which give us foreign currencies. And second one, we can say the apparel industries. we have to look for some other sectors where workers can employed, like agro-based industries, electronics, footwear, medicine, and so many others. And if we concentrate on this, we can employ more workers there, and near about 24 million unemployed and below poverty level people are there. They can be employed in these sectors. And the RMG sector shows us that worker safety, the first priority, and also the good wages and healthy industrial relation, and trade union is not hampered the productivity, rather it is cooperative with production and help the boosting industries. And this experience, we can also help to other industries to have good industrial relations. And it shows that the good industrial relations increase productivity. And workers are not only the component of the production, they are also consumer, and the consumer, as a consumer, they should have the wages, good wages, so that they can buy their things, and which helps to our production. So I prioritize that good industrial relation, workers' right, workers' health, workers' safety, and equal wages and treatment of men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, Ms. Hasera Khatun, who is a Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Labor. You have heard the discussion from your colleagues representing the export processing and the investment authority, also from the trade unions and from the garment industry. What is Ministry of Labor doing? And under your mandate, what are the kind of priorities for Ministry of Labor in continuing to execute your mandate and promote positive changes? Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Tomo Pothian. Sustainable Apparel, Forum 2024. Dear audience, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm very happy to attend here. We know success of RMG sectors depends on some factors like global economy, investments, ethical practices, diversification of technology, market condition, etc. We are working on investors and also workers. এখানে আমাদের লেবার লিডার উনি বলেছেন যে টিসিসির কথা। টিসিসিতে যদি আমরা বায়ারদেরকে ইনক্লুড করতে পারি, একটা ভালো প্রস্তাব। আমরা অনেক সময় এই অনেক বিষয় নিয়ে কথা বলি, ওনারা থাকলে ভালো হয়। তো এই বিষয়টা নিয়ে আমরা কথা বলবো। এটা সম্ভব কিনা আমি জানি না, তবে এটা নিয়ে কথা বলা যেতে পারে। এবং তিনি বলেছেন যে নতুন নতুন প্রোডাক্ট তৈরি করার জন্য নতুন নতুন আপনার টেকনোলজি, আসলে এগুলা দরকার। ডাইভার্সিফিকেশন অফ প্রোডাক্ট অ্যান্ড টেকনোলজি ছাড়া কিন্তু আমাদের এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে কারোই উন্নয়ন সম্ভব না। He said, healthy worker. I want to say we want healthy worker and healthy industries also. We are working to ensure compliance by inspection, training and awareness program, and ensure workers' welfare, fair wages, etc. We have some challenges like compliance and social responsibility, technology, innovation, diversification of products, environmental sustainability, global economic factors, etc. আসলে আমাদের আরো কিছু কথা বলেছেন যে গভর্নমেন্ট কিছু কিছু ডিসিশন নিচ্ছেন। আসলে গভর্নমেন্ট ত্রিপক্ষীয় ভাবে ডিসিশন নেয় এবং আমরা খুবই আন্তরিক এই ক্ষেত্রে। বড় বড় যত ডিসিশন নেওয়া হয় সবগুলো কিন্তু ত্রিপক্ষীয় ভাবে নেওয়া হয়। ওয়ার্কাররা এখানে অবশ্যই থাকেন এবং ওনাদের পক্ষে আমরা সাধারণত কাজ করে থাকি। তো আমি সবশেষে বলতে চাই যে এই ফোরামের সাকসেস আশা করছি। We want to ensure the healthy workers and also healthy industries, and we want to ensure the dream of a father of nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and we want to make sure his dream, hunger and poverty-free Bangladesh, and we want to make the Bangladesh, smart Bangladesh by the leading of our Honorable Prime Minister. And at last, I want to say, we want to make a world hunger and poverty free. Thank you all. Joy Bangla.
Thank you. Now we have concluded one round of discussions. We have 45 minutes. I will go another round, which is a little bit shorter. And then I'm alerting the floor that we would like to get some reflections or questions or suggestions from you. Where do you see some of the key priorities for Bangladesh going forward in this space? So if you have 1, 2, or 3 priorities that you would like to see the government, the industry, and the workers, and the various organizations that are interested in positive change to address, what would that be? So that's really the question for you, because we want to get a sense of having heard what you are hearing in relation to, oh, here is where we are, here are some of the challenges and opportunities, but how to further prioritize, how to go the extra mile, how to really make tangible changes and sustainable changes by the industry. Now, Mr. Miranali, or shall I jump over you? It's okay, you are always ready. Mr. Miranali, BGMA priorities in relation to working with your key partner, the trade unions, going forwards. What would it be that you would want to see your focus and the workers' organization focus be for the next 2 to 5 years?
The BGMA, under its current board, under our current president, has been working as closely as possible with our workers' representation and the workers' representatives to try and establish better channels of dialogue. Honestly, and this is something that my colleague Ehsan and I have discussed with our international stakeholders on many occasions, we need to move away from a position of distrust, which is unjustified in my opinion, move away from a position of distrust and really have proper dialogue. There should be a routine, regular meetings with industry all and with the other labor representatives and the BGMA and BKMA to ensure that if there is an allegation, obijog, against our industry or against a factory which is a member of our industry, this should not be escalated to international stakeholders until it has been exhausted locally. One of the reasons that we have a degree of occasional misunderstanding between us is because industry often feels that matters are escalated externally where they should have been addressed internally. We believe that, and there's justification on the labor side for escalating it externally because it puts more pressure on us, and we accept it. But we need to get beyond this cat and mouse game and really sit down and have proper dialogue and proper discussions where if we have a problem with each other, we're able to discuss it before we ask somebody else to adjudicate it. Thank you.
So thank you. So you are talking to new method of work, new faculty, new initiative in the area of industrial relations, how to solve problems at home before trying to solve them outside of home. Mr. Amin, what do you respond to that? What would your priorities be in terms of working together with BGMA and BKMA and the industry in promoting change? Mr. Amin. Yeah, please. Yeah. What you heard Mr. Miranali talk to that they would want to have a better trustful relationship with the trade unions. They would like to be able to have some new method of working together with you so that when there are problems, they can be first solved at the level of the dialogue between the industry and the trade unions. What do you respond to that? And what are your priorities in terms of going forward? What would you like to see prioritized in the garment industry labor issues? Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tomo. আমাদের মিলন ভাই যেটা বলছেন, আমাদের সামনে আরো কিছু শ্রমিক নেতা আছেন, আমাদের আশিক ভাই আছেন, সিরাজ ভাই আছেন, আমাদের কামরুল ভাই আছেন, আমাদের জুয়েল, বাবুল, এখানে নুরুল ইসলাম ভাই সহ আরো অনেকেই আছেন। আমরা মনে করি যে আমরা দীর্ঘদিন যাবৎ আমরা যে ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করতেছি, কেউ 40 বছর, 30 বছর, 50 বছর, আমরা দায়িত্বশীল ভূমিকায় আমরা পালন করার চেষ্টা করি। এর যে কোনো ক্ষেত্রে যে কিছু ব্যত্যয় যে ঘটে না, এটাও বলা যাবে না। যুদ্ধের আগে আমাদের গার্মেন্টসের শুরুটা চট্টগ্রাম থেকে দেশ নুরুল কাদের সাহেব ওইখানে শুরু করলেন দেশ গার্মেন্টস দিয়ে, এবং তিনি গার্মেন্টসই শুরু করলেন না, তিনি আমাদের প্রায় সকলেরই শ্রদ্ধাভাজন বাশার ভাইকে টেলিফোন করে বললেন যে বাশার ভাই, আমি তো আমার ফ্যাক্টরিতে ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন আমি একটা ফ্যাক্টরি করছি ছোট, তো আমার পক্ষে তো একজন একজন শ্রমিকের সাথে গিয়ে কথা বলা সম্ভব না, তো আমি এই ফ্যাক্টরিতে শ্রমিকদেরকে দিয়ে একটা ইউনিয়ন করে দিতে চাই, আপনি একটু আসেন, একটা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করে দেন। তো সেই হিসাবে একটা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করলেন এবং ট্রেড ইউনিয়নটা চললো। সেখানে আনফর্চুনেটলি উইদিন 6 মান্থ সেখানে নুরুল কাদের সাহেব আবার বাশার ভাইকে বললেন যে বাশার ভাই, আপনি একটু আমার ফ্যাক্টরিতে আসেন। তো উনি ফ্যাক্টরিতে গেলেন, কেন হঠাৎ করে এইভাবে ডাকতেছে, গিয়ে এরা দেখলেন যে ট্রেড ইউনিয়নের কিছু লোক নুরুল কাদের সাহেবকে ঘেরাও করে রাখছে। তো ঘেরাও করে রাখছে, যে সমস্ত দাবি দেওয়া আছে এগুলো খুবই সিম্পল। তো বাশার ভাই পরিষ্কার ভাবে ওই ইউনিয়নের যে সভাপতি উনি ছিলেন নুরুদ্দিন সাহেব, নুরুদ্দিন সাহেবকে বললেন যে আমার বোঝা শেষ, তোমাদেরকে দিয়া ইউনিয়ন চলবে না, ইন্ডাস্ট্রি চলবে না, কাজেই পাওনা দাওনা যা আছে এগুলা বুঝা নাও, আমি প্রয়োজনে ওনাকে বললে তার সাথে একটু বেশি টাকা নিয়ে দিতেছি, অন্য কাজ করো। সেইভাবে পরে নুরুদ্দিন সাহেব গার্মেন্টসের মালিক হয়েছেন, আমার সাথে এটা মিলন ভাই ভালো বলতে পারবেন, 2টা বা 3টা ফ্যাক্টরির মালিক হয়েছেন, কিন্তু বাশার ভাই তাকে ওই ফ্যাক্টরিতে আর অ্যালাউ করে নাই। কাজে আমরা নিজেরা যখন যে এইরকম কোনো সমস্যা যখন দেখি এবং যদি দেখি যে দিস ইজ বিয়ন্ড আওয়ার কন্ট্রোল, তখন কিন্তু আমরা এই ধরনের পদক্ষেপও সেখানে আমরা নেই। কিন্তু আমাদের সেখানে কিছু কিছু বিষয় আছে যে আমাদের ট্রেড ইউনিয়নগুলোকে এম্পাওয়ার করা দরকার, সেই এম্পাওয়ার গুলা করা দরকার, এবং যখন আমরা কোথাও যখন বসি সেখানে একটা ইকুয়াল পজিশন হওয়া দরকার। সেই এম্পাওয়ার হওয়ার ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের ধরেন আমাদের যারা বিজনেস কমিউনিটি আছেন তাদের যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে রিসোর্স আছে, তাদের ম্যান পাওয়ার আছে, আর আমরা তো যারা ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করি আমরা তো একসাথে 50টা কাজ করি, তার মানে কিন্তু আমি এটা বলতেছি না যে ওনারা কাজ করেন না, কিন্তু ওনাদের আলাদা রিসোর্স এবং ম্যান পাওয়ার থাকার কারণে প্রত্যেকটা বিষয়ে সেখানে তারা হয়তো সেগুলা গোছানো থাকে এবং সুন্দরভাবে সেইটা তা ওনারা উপস্থাপন করতে পারেন, যে সুবিধাটা আমাদের নাই। এই যে দেখেন আমার ডাইন পাশের 2জন ওনারা বললেন যে আরএসসির বোর্ড মেম্বার, আমিও ওইখানে আরএসসিতে আছি। তো এই আরএসসি এটা অ্যাকর্ডের থেকে হইল আরএসসি, তো অ্যাকর্ডের থেকে যখন আরএসসি হইল এটা খুব তাড়াতাড়ি কেমনে অ্যাকর্ডের থেকে আরএসসি হইল আমরা বুঝা ওঠার আগেই ওইখানে দেখে গেলাম যে অ্যাকর্ড ছিল দ্বিপাক্ষিক ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন আর একটা ছিল ব্র্যান্ড, আর এইখানে আরএসসি হইল 3 পক্ষ। সেই 3 পক্ষ কোনটা? একটা হচ্ছে ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন, আর একটা হচ্ছে উদ্যোক্তা, আর তার সাথে আর একটা হচ্ছে ব্র্যান্ড। এখন এই যে এটা হয়ে গেল, আমরা কিন্তু বুঝা ওঠার আগেই কিন্তু এটা কমপ্লিট, কিন্তু আমরা যদি এই 3 পক্ষকে যদি একটু ভিন্নভাবে বলি তাহলে কি সেটা অন্যায় হবে? আমি যদি যারা ব্র্যান্ড আছেন, যারা রিটেইলার আছেন, তাদেরকে যদি বলি যে ওনারা হইলেন বড় মালিক আর ওনারা হইলেন ছোট মালিক, তাহলে আমরা বলবো যে ওইটা 3 পক্ষ হয় নাই, ওইখানে 2 পক্ষই আছে ক্যাপিটাল, আর আমরা লেবার, আমরা কিন্তু আছি 1 পক্ষ। আমাদের ইন্টারন্যাশনাল যারা আছে তারা এবং লোকাল আমরা মিলা 6 জন, আর ওনাদের ব্র্যান্ড আছে 6 জন, আর ওনারা আছেন 6 জন 12 জন। তো এই জায়গাগুলো একটু কেয়ারফুলি আমার মনে হয় দরকার, দেখা দরকার। আর এর সাথে আমি দুইটা বিষয় বলতে চাই। আমাদের খুরশিদ সাহেব, আমি আশা করি যে উনি অসন্তুষ্ট হবেন না, কারণ উনি হ্যাঁ বেবজার ইডি হওয়ার ছাড়াও সানন্দ সয়েল। তো যাই কিছু ওনারা বলুন যে বেবজা ইফিজেড, আমাদের বাংলাদেশটা কিন্তু তৈরি হয়েছিল, স্লোগানটা ছিল যে ওরা আমার মুখের ভাষা কাইরা নিতে চায়। সেখান থেকে 52, 54, 62, 68, 70, তারপরে মুক্তিযুদ্ধে বাংলাদেশ। আর সেখানে আমাদের শ্রমিকদের কথা হইল, শ্রমিকরা ইপিজেডে যে কাজ করবে তারা তাদের কথা বলতে পারবে না, তারা তাদের ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করতে পারবে না। তাহলে 52 সালে আমরা এই যে বললাম যে ওরা আমার মুখের ভাষা কাইরা নিতে চায়,
Thank you,
ওনারা তো
thank you, thank you. We
ইপিজেড
have to
করে একই কাজ
keep it
করবে।
a little bit
কাজে
short.
আমার মনে
Keep
হয়
it a
যে এই
little short.
বিষয়গুলো একটু দেখা দরকার। সরি, আমি একটু সময় বেশি নিচ্ছি, তো আপনাদের কাছে ক্ষমা প্রার্থনা করে শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ।
So thank you, and I think Mr. Amin reflects on the same issue that earlier, that you have to have a true place in the negotiating table. The imbalance of power between the employer's side and the industrialists and the trade unions is big. So the method, the organization of the discussions and dialogue needs to be such that the trade unions and the employers can engage in good faith, equal position negotiations, right? And that's at the heart of the issue for trade unions in Bangladesh, is to be able to truly be party to these dialogues and discussions for change, be it on the TCCs, be it on the RSC, be it on any vehicle for where discussions are happening. So that's really Mr. Amin's point. I thought that we had a lot of time, but time is galloping. So I will do a very quick reactions from Mr. Ehsan from BKMEA. Same question. What are your priorities in terms of working together with the trade union movement in Bangladesh? And then I will ask Mr. Mesbahudin to say the same thing or respond to the same, but very, very short, very, very short. And then I will go to Bida and Bepsa with one question, and that is on the investors' views on this. How do you feel that the investors view these changes, and how are you working with the investors on the matter? So these are the two questions, and then we go to the 10 seconds. Miss who?
Can we ask a question maybe and then?
Okay, you need to leave. That's fine. Okay, for you, it's you were talking to the issues around or the role and the responsibility of the Ministry of Labor in going forward. And we're talking about the services and the sincerity of the Ministry of Labor trying to address these issues. Can you, in a very short way, talk to some of the challenges that you face as Ministry of Labor, but also if you are looking into how do you intend to continue to promote the kind of better conditions of work in the garment industry and other industries? Like what are the kind of priorities for Ministry of Labor going forward? And if you can be very, very short, because we are almost running out of time.
Thank you. We are working for the workers, investors, and all industries. We are working the everywhere in the factories, compliances, and we are the regular work of us as a inspection. We ensure the compliance. We are trying always to ensure compliance and the benefits and rights of the workers. And I think in future we could work together, and we can discuss all challenges and to solve the challenges. I think it is a continuous process to ensure the rights of laborers, wellness of industries, and the ecological sustainability. I think we will work together, all investors, buyers, workers, and owners. Thank you all. I have another program at Sabar, so I am leaving now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for participation. With that, we go to Mr. Ehsan. Same question as for Mr. Miranali. What are your priorities in working together with the trade unions going forward? What would you like to see change as a matter of priority? Over to you. And then to you.
Okay. Actually, as you know, that garments, apparel industry is mainly workforce-oriented industries. Here, the capital investments is less if you compare with the other industries, where we have more workforce than the capital investment percentage. So there is no other option than the harmonious relationship between our workers and the investors. And as Mr. Amin mentioned, that it is really, really impossible to handle individual worker when you need to say something or any kind of demand arise. But then again, there are some historical, disadvantage in our union culture. As he also mentioned that what happened in the first union in Desh Garments, and we have very bad experience before our independence before independence time in the jute sector, because at that time there was only one sector, it was a jute sector, and then we have seen in the government-owned textile sector, even in some service sector like bank and others places, where there is a culture that union leader, whoever becomes the union leader, they don't want to work. They want always, used to give more and more charter of demand and go for a strike. So these are, there are some bad experiences. I don't want to say that Ashik Bhai, Nuru Bhai, Kamrul Bhai, Joel Bhai, they are not, of course. That's why we have very, very good relation with them. But most of the owner, they don't know them. So we have a interaction gap between the true union leader and you can see the relation between union and the investor. You see Ashik Bhai and Saifuddin, how they come into the front. So this is the actual scenario of the union and investor. But for the general investor, the mindset need to be changed, and we have to work more and more together to achieve that place. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mespadohin, same issue for you. What kind of things do you think that are the priority for trade union movement in relation to the employers' organization? Where do you see that priorities should be set? Over to you, sir.
The workers should be allowed to express their opinion freely at the premise and at the factory or offices, and they should be allowed to elect their representative and who can talk about them to the employer and about not only the grievances of the worker, but they can express their opinion about factory management and about production and everything. And by this, the atmosphere of the factory or offices will be improved and quality of production or services will be get improved. That is the elementary thing, that is the bottom line. And without this, by just a bit high-handed bureaucratic management cannot achieve the goal of production and better management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, last two questions, and then we turn to the audience. This is the same question for both of you, for Mr. Khurshid Alam and also Mr. Avjit Chaudhary, and it goes like this. So, considering your mandate and role, how do you see the investors responding to these increasing expectations in relation to labor and social issues? And how are you working together with the investors in collaborating with them and in creating a collaborative way to producing this kind of a positive result? So what is the role that you have to work directly with the investors in this space? Short answers, both of you. Mr. Khurshid, you can go first. Yeah, well, the question is simply about investors' role. How do you work with investors in relation to labor and social issues? How are you working together with them to convert and to work together in promoting positive change?
Thank you, sir. It's very a good question. Each and every time we are working with the workers, we are working with the investors, because as the pioneer investment promotion agency, BEPSA, always inviting more FDI in the country. But when industrial unit is operating in the EPZ area, each and every time we have a routine business to check with the company all sector, their industrial unit, their industrial equipments, their daycare center, floor, and everything. We are requesting to the investor to please take care. You feel free, any question, any grievance, BEPSA helpline is there. Investors are always, as per request of the BEPSA, the government authority, we are sitting in the meeting in the morning time, in the holiday, in the anytime. These are the grievance we are receiving from the floor, from the helpline. So it must be taken into consideration, because all the grievance must be settled in time properly as per existing law and rules. If it is done in time, then investors, you feel good and comfort, because also the workers will feel good. Say, yes, my grievance, my maternity, my provident fund, my any compensation, everything is being taken into consideration as per request of the workers to the mid-level management, and then finally to the company owner. Even if not being settled by the company management, then we take up this issue with the company owner, with the investors. So our message to the investors, good working environment, that is very important for better work, for your shipment, your everything. Because in the floor, finally the workers are the workers for this industrial operating, for processing and everything. Your workers, you feel they are the family members. So any question, anything, any grievance, each and every time must be you have to take by your line leader, by your supervisor, by your foreman. And after the work time is over, you take all the 10 points. It must be settled. Then you feel good and comfort because workers, most of the time, we request also to the investors, you feel good and you visit the floor as the company owner, as the director, as the managing director. When you will be floor, they feel proud. The company owner in the working station. So we feel good. So our message to the investors for better work, for decent work, for excellent working environment now prevailing in the EPZ, that is possible. Win-win situation and mitigate all the problems in time, receiving all the grievance and settle all the grievance in time.
Thank you.
We feel, and from our long experience, better compliance, good action in time. That is under this situation, even in the EPZ area, prevailing so many challenges in the world business, but during the last 1 year, even new EPZ in Chittagong, Mireshwar Economic Zone, we received 140 new investment proposal for their investment at about 2 billion. Already 1,000 workers in the zone, maybe out of this investment, it will be the maybe more than 1 lakh workers will be employed in the EPZ. That is our common message to the investors. You feel free, you can share, you can talk. And participation in your discussion with the workers, that is very important. Then they feel good and comfort and to be the proud member of the company management. Win-win situation, everything will be in a very good way.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the last word in terms of this panel, before we hand it over to some reflections from the floor, goes to Mr. Avijit Chaudhary from APIDA. Same question. How do you work with the investors in this space?
Thank you. You know, I have already mentioned that as an Apex investment promotion body, BIDA always try to reform in our business environment. And you know that reforms is a continuous process. We always used to develop policy for congenial business environment for local and foreign investors. And recently we are trying to develop a program under the Future Nation program of UNDP. In collaboration with UNDP, we are trying to develop a program for entrepreneur, new entrepreneur creation. And also, especially for SMEs, we are trying to include our SMEs in our main part of our development program. And as a part of this program, we used to arrange a dialogue and then workshop, seminar, and also training program for government and also private sectors also. And we used to conduct some survey and study program on different sectors. We want to detect the possibilities and challenges, and then we suggest to the government-related agencies to give some facilities or give some policy, make some policy to protect them. And also, we're trying to showcase the success story of different private sectors, because we believe that using responsible business conduct and practices, our private investment sector can come forward to enrich our economic development. And as a part of that program, BIDA, you know that under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister's Office, we are now conducting a combined factory inspection program for ensuring compliance in the factories. Because we believe that if we can comply our safety-related issues in all factories, and we can ensure the workers' welfare and also the interest of our owners of the factories, and by this way, we can attract our foreign investors and local investors also to invest in Bangladesh, and they will feel safe that their investment will be more safe. So I think as a part of this, BITA can help to ensure that Bangladesh remains as an attractive and lucrative destination for investment in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for so much. And that concludes sort of the round of dialogue here at the dais. Now I would like to turn to the audience. If you have any questions, reflections, or reactions to what you have heard, feel free. I think we have some colleagues
Tomo,
who
I
have
see
mics.
few hands. If I may kind of
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Need to be very short and succinct.
Yes. I think I'll ask this to Tomo, and being an industry expert and subject matter expert, what Mr. Miran Ali said and Mr. Amin said. He said audit fatigues, I would say seminar fatigues I'm having for 10 years, 15 years. We haven't progressed. I would say if you have seen the recent reports on the pricing, costing metrics, and on the other hand, we're talking about sustainability and workers, right? So looking at the pie, and we all know the costing is very open costing. Is there any scopes? And are we really bringing the stakeholders, predominantly the buyers? And also I know the rat race among buyers and retailers, and also questions to you, through you, why our conscious Generation Zs and conscious buyers, consumers are not aware of the cost of the doing sustainable business, and why they need to buy so cheap fashion, while these are also landing in the landfill and the ocean where microplastics and environment, global warming is the hot topics. Everybody knows that. So what Bangladesh is facing is an image issue, we know. Another tremendous question from Mr. Amin and Mr. Miran Ali, which is why we don't solve it locally. We expose it to international media for another business, and that is very harmful. Do we hear that from other countries where they are producing, there are harms? We know nothing. And of course, we are a small country, 50 years old, 40 years of the industry, but where we are going. So are we really talking about solutions? And are we really about giving some little space for our workers where our owners can make a responsible business? Are there responsible buying methods? I know this sounds very bookish, but we have not solved it yet. But we are growing, and you live in Dhaka, Mr. Tomo, and you know how this factory runs and where this money comes from. I'm sorry to put that big signal, but in the costing matrix, I do costing every single day for 30 years. I see it's declining. Thank you for allowing me long questions.
Thank you.
Tomo,
That's a
shall
very
we take all the
broad
questions
set
first?
of questions. So please do take some,
of the
other
questions
questions. And
first.
also, let's see
You?
if there's somebody who wants to respond from the
Right.
business
And
side as
then
well.
maybe no women in the floor. Okay.
Thank you so much. My question is for the worker representative here. Actually, in our country, we are losing our image, and the nightmare working behind the implementation of trade union here is the violence and in the port worker protest. So my question is, here we have proven that by collective bargaining, we ensure minimum wages and also the different kind of worker benefits. So my request and my question to the worker representative here, or even in the ILO, are you taking any initiative to train our workers to avoid violence during the protest? Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more question and then, okay. Have to also allow the response.
আমার প্রশ্ন অত্যন্ত শর্ট। সাস্টেনেবল ইন্ডাস্ট্রিজ এর পক্ষে আমরা, কারণ ইন্ডাস্ট্রি না থাকলে শ্রমিকও থাকবে না, শ্রমিক না থাকলে দেশও বাঁচবে না, সকলকেই বাঁচাইতে হবে। এই কারণেই টেকসই ইন্ডাস্ট্রি গড়ে তোলার জন্য আমরা এটার পক্ষে সবসময়। কিন্তু সাস্টেনেবল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করতে হইলে হেলদি ওয়ার্কার সবসময় দরকার আমি মনে করি। এই হেলদি ওয়ার্কার যদি দরকার না হয়, তাহলে ভালো কোয়ালিটি, ভালো প্রোডাকশন এটা দিতে পারবে না। সবসময় হেলদি সাস্টেনেবল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করতে হলে সেখানে ভালো কোয়ালিটি, গুণগত মানের কোয়ালিটি করতে হবে, প্রোডাকশন বেশি দিতে হবে, নতুন নতুন ডিজাইন করতে হবে। এই জন্য হেলদি ওয়ার্কার খুব প্রয়োজন। এই হেলদি ওয়ার্কার তৈরি করার ক্ষেত্রে বিজিএমইর কি পদক্ষেপ আছে, কি রোডম্যাপ আছে, এটাই আমার কোশ্চেন। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
Thank you. Maybe one more and then we'll go back. Morshed, 60 seconds, bhai, please.
Hello everyone, this is Moshad Hasib. I work for Forum-2024. So the question is pretty simple. Do you see it's a concern, is there a concern that politicalization of BGMEA and the union leaders is a growing tendency?
Tomo, back to you, please.
So we have a volunteer to try to respond to two of the questions, and then I can respond or reflect on one, and then one is for the trade unions to respond. So please go ahead.
Thank you. For the last question, actually, we have election in BGMA and BKMA, but it's actually not political influence, because if you see the both parties, there are many type of representative from the several political party. And in trade union also, when you see there are some union from the political parties, but when we bargaining, then they are not represent their political thoughts or political issues. Then normally when I see in the labor reform committee, I'm the member of labor law reform committee and several others committee, but I always found that they are only for the workers at that time. They forget from where they are actually belongs. Either they are from Jashod or Communist Party or Bashod, they don't care. They really care about, they always bargain with us as worker represent. So I don't think that politicalization is effect anywhere in our industries. So there's a question from it. And Nuru Bhai's questionটা ছিল যে হেলদি ওয়ার্কার নাকি? হ্যাঁ, this is actually we always want it, and of course we have some limitation from our side, but as much as is possible we are doing it. Like if you see that we have a nutrition program, and just last month we started mental health program for the workers, for all the workers. We are step by step, and now a TOT is going on with the support of ZIZ. We are working on the mental health, and before with the support of Canadian government, we distribute around 12 million pieces, if I'm not wrong, 12 million pieces of folic acid and iron tablet for the women's worker. As you know, most of the women's workers are suffering from the anemia. Most of the women in Bangladesh actually suffering this type of diseases. So we are working on it, and of course there is a long way to go, and we are trying it. As I said, we have the limitation, but we are working on it, and that's why actually Miran Bhai is not here. Actually, he already we are working on the sustainable sourcing. We call it sustainable terms of sourcing, STTI. He is the spokesperson, so he can speak better, but I am also the board member. So we are working on to reduce the pressure on worker, because you know the purchasing practice actually not correct, because if you see in some month buyer asks for more product, and some month they don't ask, it is not enough order for us. So we have in some months we have more pressure on the worker, some in less. So we have to make it more equal. So that's why we are working on it, and hopefully over the time we can overcome these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that answered also the issue of responsible sourcing, and what are the kind of possible solutions. What is the kind of like the current process that the BGM and BKME are trying to evoke in order to have discussions with the buyers on the impact. And of course, from our perspective, from ILO and other development organizations, that impact should not be considered when it comes to minimum wages, or when it comes to social protection costs? Because these are basically legislated or agreed. So price negotiations, issues around that should not affect whatever is the agreed minimum wage or the wage structure, and also social protection cost. So that should be ring-fenced, right? There was a question for the trade unions. Please go ahead, Amin. Do you recall the question? So the question was really around the trade unions. What is it that the trade union movement is doing to, when there are industrial relations issues such as strikes and protests, to reduce the negative impacts of these demonstrations, such as vandalism and so forth? What is the role of trade unions in trying to mitigate and to reduce that? Over to you.
থ্যাংক ইউ তোমো। এবং যিনি প্রশ্নটা করলেন, আসলে আমি গভীরে যাচ্ছি না গার্মেন্টসের। আমাদের এই ভাঙচুর, ভ্যান্ডালিজম, এটা কেন হয়? আমি একটা বিষয় শুধু বলতেছি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের যখন মজদুরি বোর্ডটা হইল, তো মজুরি বোর্ডে যখন প্রস্তাব গেল মজুরির, সেই মজুরির প্রস্তাবটা গেল বিজি মালিকদের পক্ষ থেকে যিনি প্রতিনিধি, তিনি প্রস্তাব দিলেন 10,400 সম্ভবত। তো 10,400 টাকা প্রস্তাব দিলেন। আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই স্মরণ আছে যে 18তে যখন মজুরি হয় এটা ছিল 8,000 টাকা। আর 8,000 টাকা মানে প্রায় $100 কাছে। সেই প্রায় যদি $100 এক্স্যাক্টলি না, তার সাথে একটু কম, সেই $100কে যদি টাকায় কনভার্ট করা হয়, তাহলে 23 সালে সেটা অটোমেটিক্যালি সেটা এসে দাঁড়ায় কিন্তু 11,300 প্লাস। তো যখন আমার শ্রমিক যখন দেখে যে 18 সালে আমি টাকা পাইতাম টাকার হিসাবে 11,300, এখন মালিকরা আমাকে বেতন দিতে চায় 5 বছর পরে সেই 11,300 না, $100 কাছাকাছিও না, 10,400, তখন যদি আমি বলি যে এটাকে এক ধরনের প্রভোগেটিভ বিষয়, তাহলে কি আপনি এটার সাথে দ্বিমত করবেন? শ্রমিককে বিক্ষুব্ধ করার জন্য এই ধরনের যে প্রস্তাবনা, এটাকে আমি যদি ট্রেড ইউনিয়নের লোক হিসাবে বলি যে সিম্পলি শ্রমিকদেরকে এই প্রস্তাবটা দেওয়ার মধ্য দিয়া তাদেরকে প্রভোগেট করা হয়েছে, এবং তার পরের দিনই কিন্তু ওই প্রস্তাবের পরের দিনই কিন্তু আপনার গাজীপুর সহ বিভিন্ন অঞ্চলে কারখানা বন্ধ, রাস্তা বন্ধ, ভাঙচুর এগুলো হয়েছে। আমি বিস্তারিত যাইতেছি না, কারণ অনেক ফ্যাক্টরির মধ্যে আমি অস্বীকার করব না, এখন অনেক ভালো ফ্যাক্টরি আছে, তাদের সমস্ত কিছুই ভালো। আবার এর মধ্যে এখনো পর্যন্ত অনেক ফ্যাক্টরি আছে যেগুলোর মধ্যে যে সমস্ত ঘটনা ঘটে তার তাৎক্ষণিক স্পন্টিনিয়াস যে রিয়াকশন শ্রমিকদের যেটা হয়, সেটাকে অন্যায্য কোনোভাবেই বলতে পারবেন না। তারপরেও আমরা এটাকে একটা সিস্টেমেটিক ওয়েতে আনার জন্য আমাদের ট্রেড ইউনিয়নের পক্ষ থেকে আমাদের ট্রেনিং বলেন, সচেতনতা বলেন, সবকিছুই আমরা করার জন্য চেষ্টা করতেছি, চালিয়ে যাচ্ছি। কিন্তু কথা একটাই, যদি আপনি সিস্টেমেটিক ওয়েতে আনতে চান, তাইলে আপনাকে শ্রমিকদেরকে কারখানায় ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন করতে দিতে হবে। ট্রেড ইউনিয়ন থাকলেই সেখানে আপনি ট্রেড ইউনিয়নের মাধ্যমে আমরা সিস্টেমেটিক ওয়েতে সামনে আগাইতে পারবো। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you. So really, Mr. Amin's sort of reflection here is that it is important to have that dialogue and even collective bargaining to be able to come up with the right kind of wages and right kind of remuneration which allows for the workers to have proper wages, but also that keeps the competitiveness of the industry alive. And that's why we earlier spoke to the need to look into the national wage setting system, not just for the garment industry, but also for other sectors, because the way that the business is done currently does not produce the right kind of result in the right kind of way, right? So there's a room to really improve on the wage setting system nationally and also sectorially. With that, we have 2 minutes, which basically is just enough time for a photograph. Unless there is no major questions, I think I would like to move to thank the panel and conclude this session. I think you have all very patiently listened. I think it has been quite a rich discussion. We were trying to talk to the priorities ahead. There's a history, there are practices, there are challenges that I think Bangladesh and the workers, employers, and the government, and even the buyers and the organizations who are here today need to continue to help to address. But I can also see that there's goodwill. There is room to look into new ways of organizing industrial relations. And there are also, there's appetite to positively work together between the parties in order for Bangladesh to continue to indeed have a sustainable and profitable, but also an industry that is predicated on quality and decent work in that regard, and not only garment industry, but also other industries. With that, I want to close the panel. I want to thank all of you. I think you have some good food ahead of you, and then you have a hopefully equally interesting and appealing discussion this afternoon around environment and sustainability. So thank you all. Thank you for listening to us, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for moderating. Thank you for all the guests for the spontaneous discussion. I believe the audience have received a lot of fruitful feedbacks from here. I request all of you to please kindly stay on the stage for the group photo. And right after that, we shall be going for a lunch break. Just would like to apprise you that we shall be going on for the lunch break for 45 minutes. And after that, we shall be starting our next session, which will be equally very interesting, I believe. So hope to see you back all here by 1:45.
Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, the largest private apparel initiative in Bangladesh, promoting sustainable growth in Bangladesh's apparel industry. Let's take a look back at our journey of 9 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show, serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform, with the prime focus on facilitating green solutions and sustainable manufacturing. Denim Innovation Night, first ever denim-focused innovative fashion show, highlighting the capabilities of Bangladesh in innovative design. Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, the ultimate platform for discovery, networking, learning, providing the scope to learn about the cutting-edge developments in the apparel and textile industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, a platform that enables industries to apply circular economy principles and design circular solutions. Made in Bangladesh Week, one of the largest events focusing on the Bangladesh apparel industry. The week-long event focused on various aspects of our sustainable initiatives. Through various events like Dhaka Apparel Summit, Dhaka Apparel Expo, Green Factory visits, and so on, continuously striving to contribute to society, raise industry awareness, and demonstrate our focus on sustainability, circularity, and transparency. Our events have garnered huge attention from all over the world, attracting 85,000 plus national and international participants from 50 plus countries, 650 plus delegates, and 2,000 plus companies until now. Looking ahead, we will continue extending our reach beyond borders to promote the capacity and capabilities of our RMG industry, as we have done for 9 years. For us, the journey of revolutionizing the apparel industry of Bangladesh has just started. Join us and be part of the exciting future that we build together.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
The rest of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative. It's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere. So well done.
I see a number of people, new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
Circular economy has been growing its root aggressively as an economic system that targets sustainability by shifting the focus towards the reuse and regeneration of products and raw materials. To bring deeper insights into the circular economy and businesses to the center of attention, Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit was carried out at Radisson Blu Water Garden, Dhaka. The summit, held on June 15, 2023, took place with the explicit objective of initiating the implementation of inclusive business models. The Bangladesh Apparel Exchange orchestrated this esteemed gathering, exemplifying its unwavering commitment to fostering sustainable economic advancement across all sectors. The first ever Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit served as a platform where diverse businesses, policymakers, and members of the development community converged to delve into the practicalities of transitioning towards a circular economy within Bangladesh. The first half of the event proceeded with a generalized approach in dispersing the principles of circular economy and how it can be put into effect across the wide-ranging sectors of Bangladesh. Multitudes of subject matters received coverage for the plenary sessions such as food and beverage, circular economy, and mapping opportunities across industry. Roundtable discussions and presentations were held to generate more engaging exchanges and share meaningful ideas for incorporating the application of circularity in the respective industries. The second half of the packed and prolific summit pledged for the apparel and textile industry. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit provided sincere solutions that can be utilized going ahead in these industries. The objective of the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit was to offer valuable perspectives on the changing dynamics among brands, manufacturers, and legislators. In light of this remarkable event, we are eagerly looking ahead to coordinating more such influential gatherings in the future, fostering collaboration and progress towards sustainable and circular practices. The all-inclusive Made in Bangladesh Week wrapped up on 18th November after opulently executing a series of segments that call attention to Bangladesh's thriving apparel industry and the pool of creatives in this market. The exclusive week-long event began on November 12th with a press conference. The Made in Bangladesh Week was inaugurated the following day by the Honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina. Her appearance cemented the significance of the week for all the apparel adjacent industries in Bangladesh and also on a global scale. On the 15th and 16th of November, the most significant component of the MIB event concurrently took place, filling up different halls of ICCB with distinct audiences. The Dhaka Apparel Summit brought all the inspiring changemakers from around the world together to conduct a meaningful exchange of anecdotes in an attempt to strive for progress and innovation. In another hall, the Dhaka Apparel Expo showcased a wide range of made in Bangladesh garments and provided innovative business opportunities for global buyers. The expo highlighted Bangladesh as a sustainable, value-added apparel producer. The most elite denim convention in the name of Bangladesh Denim Expo celebrated the entire denim value chain, trading information and trends from across the world and connecting buyers and sellers in the same hall. Talents were rewarded for their ceaseless creativity to cultivate our local geniuses through various awards, such as the Sustainable Design and Innovation Award, MIB Photography Award, and NRB Award, which unfolded sequentially under the arrangement of Made in Bangladesh. Foreign investors and distinguished guests attending the Made in Bangladesh Week embarked on tours of Bangladeshi green factories. These tours had been a milestone of transparency in the apparel sector of Bangladesh. Fashion runways and heritage exhibitions were incorporated into this packed itinerary to flaunt the flair and culture of Bangladesh during this successful event. These dynamic segments highlighted Bangladesh's potential to an international audience, representing relentless efforts to advance the country's apparel industry. The Made in Bangladesh initiative extended a warm invitation to the international community, inviting them to explore thriving opportunities in the world of business. October 4, 2023 marked a pivotal moment as the Bangladesh Climate Action Forum emerged, igniting a transformative surge of awareness and igniting crucial dialogues around the formidable climate challenges ahead. The first edition of this remarkable initiative unfolded just in time as Bangladesh grapples with the impacts of climate change. The Bangladesh Climate Action Forum marked a significant step forward, proactively embracing the journey towards a net zero carbon future.
Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, the largest private apparel initiative in Bangladesh, promoting sustainable growth in Bangladesh's apparel industry. Let's take a look back at our journey of 9 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show, serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform, with the prime focus on facilitating green solutions and sustainable manufacturing. Denim Innovation Night, first ever denim-focused innovative fashion show, highlighting the capabilities of Bangladesh in innovative design. Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, the ultimate platform for discovery, networking, learning, providing the scope to learn about the cutting-edge developments in the apparel and textile industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, a platform that enables industries to apply circular economy principles and design circular solutions. Made in Bangladesh Week, one of the largest events focusing on the Bangladesh apparel industry. The week-long event focused on various aspects of our sustainable initiatives. Through various events like Dhaka Apparel Summit, Dhaka Apparel Expo, Green Factory visits, and so on, continuously striving to contribute to society, raise industry awareness, and demonstrate our focus on sustainability, circularity, and transparency. Our events have garnered huge attention from all over the world, attracting 85,000 plus national and international participants from 50 plus countries, 650 plus delegates, and 2,000 plus companies until now. Looking ahead, we will continue extending our reach beyond borders to promote the capacity and capabilities of our RMG industry, as we have done for 9 years. For us, the journey of revolutionizing the apparel industry of Bangladesh has just started. Join us and be part of the exciting future that we build together.
The project of gender equality and returns called GIA is very meaningful because this project will promote women's career progression opportunities and support entrepreneurship to increase productivity through skill development.
Why this is very, very important, all of you know this. আমাদের যে পটেনশিয়াল অনেক দিন ধরে যে ওয়ার্কারগুলো বিশেষ করে নারী শ্রমিকগুলো আমাদের সাথে কাজ করে তাদের জন্য কিছু একটু অন্যভাবে দেখা প্রয়োজন পড়বে।
We heard earlier the trajectory, the history of building the GEAR initiative, the collaboration that started by IFC. It then became a partnership with ILO, Better Work, and now it's back to Better Work to bring it forward in this sector.
We seek to work together in the future also such a kind of mission.
Today we are happy to celebrate the success of GEAR, which was the first critical step towards upward career mobility for women in garment factories.
From the 2022-2023 class that recently completed the Better Work Gender Equality in Return program and the 25 graduates who are present here today. Congratulations to you all.
How can we leverage, how can we expand these good lessons learned that we have heard up to now? We know this sector is the backbone of the Bangladesh economy, within it down in R&D, has been so productive.
We need to think a bit about the implications of the LDC graduation for the industry in general first. So it was already mentioned before that Bangladesh will graduate from the UN list of least developed countries in 2026.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a very amazing pleasure to see mostly the graduate. And thank you so much for Mr. Hafiz Bhai, BGMEA, our sponsors, USDOL, Korean government, and many other donors. Very happy to be here.
Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, the largest private apparel initiative in Bangladesh. Promoting sustainable growth in Bangladesh's apparel industry, let's take a look back at our journey of 9 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show, serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform with the prime focus on facilitating green.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Rest of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative. It's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere. So well done.
I see a number of people, new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
At the end of the day, it's all about what makes our life meaningful, how we impact the world through our vision and work. What we do impacts everybody, every day, everywhere. Better Work Bangladesh envisions and promotes that quality and balance in life. Currently, the program, a partnership between the International Labour Organization and International Finance Corporation, works for a global garment industry that lifts millions of people out of poverty by providing decent work, empowering women, driving business productivity, and inclusive economic growth. Partnership, collaboration, diversity, and inclusion have been at the heart of how Better Work works.
Better Work brings together governments, businesses, workers, and international buyers to improve working conditions and occupational safety and health, productivity, and harmonious industrial relations. We do it together with factory managers and workers at the factory level to improve participation committee, trade unions, safety committee, and complaint committee. We partnering with international buyers, industry actors, and global supply chains to scale up our impacts.
Better Work plays a critical role in creating a platform to help create a culture of dialogue for constituents and industry leaders to exchange ideas to unlock opportunities and overcome challenges together.
After getting engaged with Better Work, we found there is a distinct difference between the traditional compliance system and Better Work system. Whenever we find a problem, along with Better Work, we try to find the root cause. Along with the root, we rectify all the aspects. And that's how the management system is developed. It gives togetherness with the workers and the management system. Togetherness is the power. Investment through this project with Better Work is not a cost. It's an investment to develop the management system and which is sustainable for long term.
ফ্যাক্টরি অ্যাম্বাসেডর প্রোগ্রামে আমরা শিখেছি নিজেদেরকে কিভাবে আরো যে জায়গায় কাজ করছি সেই জায়গার কাজের মাধ্যমে আমি আমাদের ফ্যাক্টরি ম্যানেজমেন্ট এবং ওয়ার্কারদের সাথে যোগাযোগ বিল্ড আপ করে কিভাবে আমরা আমাদের সমস্যাগুলো আমরা সমাধান করতে পারি। মালিক এবং শ্রমিক উভয় পক্ষই এখন মোটামুটি তারা সব সময় বিভিন্ন বিষয় নিয়ে আলোচনা করতে খুবই পজিটিভলি ভূমিকা রাখে।
কোম্পানি 2019 সালে বেটার ওয়ার্কের সঙ্গে এনরোলমেন্টে যায়। বেটার ওয়ার্ক পূর্ববর্তী এবং বেটার ওয়ার্ক পরবর্তী যে পরিবর্তন এবং এই পরিবর্তনের সঙ্গে অ্যাম্বাসেডরদের যে ভূমিকা সেটা অত্যন্ত প্রশংসনীয়। কেননা এই বেটার ওয়ার্ক অন্তর্ভুক্তির পরবর্তী সময়ে অ্যাম্বাসেডরগণ তাদের কর্মদক্ষতার যথার্থ প্রকাশ করতে সক্ষম হয়েছে। মালিক ও শ্রমিক সম্মিলিতভাবে কাজ করলে কাজের পরিবেশের যেমন উন্নতি সাধন হয়, ফ্যাক্টরি কর্মপরিবেশের উন্নয়ন সাধন হয় এবং ফ্যাক্টরির উৎপাদনশীলতাও বৃদ্ধি পায় বলে মনে করি।
বেটার ওয়ার্কের প্রশিক্ষণে আমাকে অংশগ্রহণ করতে সুযোগ দেন। কিভাবে শ্রমিকদের সাথে কথা বলতে হবে, তাদের কাজ বুঝিয়ে দিতে হবে, কিভাবে গুণগত মানসম্পন্ন পোশাক উৎপাদন করতে হবে সেটা আমরা শিক্ষা পাই। তারপর থেকে আমরা প্রায় 8 সপ্তাহ পর্যন্ত ট্রেনিং সুপারভাইজার হিসেবে দায়িত্ব পালন করি। যখন আমার ট্রেনিং দেওয়া শেষ হয়ে যায় তারা বুঝতে পারেন যে আমি কাজটা করতে পারবো, তখন আমাকে দায়িত্ব বুঝিয়ে দেওয়া হয়।
A joint study by the Graduate Institute Geneva and London School of Economics shows that factories enrolled in Better Work compared to other factories have higher wages, better work condition, and more benefits for workers. The study shows improving working conditions is an investment, not just a cost. Firms enrolled in the program continue to export at levels higher than the competition and receive higher product prices after engagement with Better Work.
আইএলও বেটার ওয়ার্কের সাথে কাজ করে আমরা আসলে সোশ্যাল কমপ্লায়েন্সকে যেরকম ডেভেলপ করতে পেরেছি, বিশেষ করে ট্রেড ইউনিয়নদের নেগোসিয়েশনের যে বিষয়টা এটা কিন্তু অনেক ডেভেলপ হয়েছে, যা আগে ছিল না।
The program saw tremendous success in promoting women to leadership positions at the enterprise level through an initiative called Gender Equality and Returns, GEAR.
We trained 30 workers to become supervisor. Out of 30, we promoted 19 workers to supervisor. They're doing excellent, and where we found that in their line, 1.8% productivity is more. That's a business case because it's giving dividend to the clients.
Mothers at Work, a partnership between the ILO and the UNICEF, has been another success story in more than 100 of Better Work factories, promoting rights and benefits for pregnant and new mothers.
ম্যাটারনিটি প্রোটেকশন এবং বেস্ট ফিডিং প্রমোশনের জন্য আমরা মাদার্স অ্যাট ওয়ার্ক প্রোগ্রামে জয়েন করেছি। গত 1 বছরে আমরা 358 জন ওয়ার্কারকে ম্যাটারনিটি লিভে গিয়েছে, 82% ওয়ার্কার ফিরে এসেছে। এর ফলে প্রোডাক্টিভিটি অনেক বেড়ে গেছে।
Better Work aspires to promote better work for all. The program's approach creates lasting positive change through factory-level engagements and research that changes policies, attitudes, as well as behavior. By sharing the approach and the results of our on-the-ground work, Better Work continues to influence policymakers and decision-makers to promote decent work and better business for all.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
The rest of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative. It's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere. So well done.
I see a number of people's new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A small, humble reminder that we're almost about to finish our lunch break and we're about to start our next presentation. I request all of you to please kindly settle down so that we can start our next session.
Career progression opportunities and supports entrepreneurship to increase productivity through skill development.
Why this is very, very important, all of you know this. আমাদের যে পটেনশিয়াল অনেক দিন ধরে যে ওয়ার্কারগুলো বিশেষ করে নারী শ্রমিকগুলো আমাদের সাথে কাজ করে তাদের জন্য কিছু একটু অন্যভাবে দেখা প্রয়োজন পড়বে।
We heard earlier the secretary, the history of building the GEAR initiative, the collaboration that started by IFC. It then became a partnership with ILO, Better Work, and now it's back to Better Work to bring it forward in this sector.
We seek to work together in the future also such a kind of mission.
Today we are happy to celebrate the success of GEAR, which was the first critical step towards upward career mobility for women in garment factories.
From the 2022-2023 class that recently completed the Better Work Gender Equality and Return program and the 25 graduates who are present here today. Congratulations to you all.
How can we leverage, how can we expand these good lessons learned that we have heard up to now? We know this sector is the backbone of the Bangladesh economy, within it down in R&D, has been so productive.
about the implications of the ADC graduation for the industry in general first. So it was already mentioned before that Bangladesh will graduate from the UN list of least developed countries in 2026.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a very amazing pleasure to see mostly the graduate. And thank you so much for Mustafis Bhai, BGMEA, our sponsors, USDOL, Korean government, and many other donors. Very happy to be
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to you to the 5th edition of the Sustainable Apparel Forum 2024. Today, we are gathered here to talk and spread the word sustainable and pursue on that journey. As we begin our next, after the lunch session, our next session is a presentation on harmonized social assessment, chain resilience, and sustainable work environment. And this shall be presented to you by Ms. Janet, the Chief Executive Officer of the SLCP. So before she does that, ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please kindly settle down. We are over with our lunch time. We are now about to embark for the rest of our sessions. We are already behind the time and we need to actually keep the schedule on pace. So I request all of you to please kindly settle down. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Our first presentation is on harmonized social assessment as a win-win for supply chain resilience and sustainable work environment by Ms. Janet, the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, SLCP. Can we have the video presentation, please?
Hello, good morning. This is Jeanette, Social Labor Convergence Program, or SLCP. Congratulations to the organizers of this event, the Sustainable Apparel Forum in Bangladesh, Mr. Mustafiz particularly. A couple of words from me in the context of a year of due diligence, just coming from the Paris OECD meeting. And I feel a couple of things are coming together and we need to address collectively. It is about resilience in the supply chain. It is about sustainability, environmental and social. It is about enabling factors like purchasing practices and particularly also about common frameworks, reducing duplications and reinvestments in the workflow. We have made some really good progress in the past couple of years with SLCP. We really see concrete changes at the work floor globally, but also in Bangladesh. More than 900 factories are now using successfully SLCP, and we like to increase that, obviously. The data shows that there's still work in progress, particularly on working hours, wages, and safety at the work floor. We can all work on that collectively, but also wanted to take out specifically some data from Bangladesh that are really also promising. We're talking about women leadership. 70% of the factories in Bangladesh are owned by women, which is higher than the global average. With that, I'd like to leave you to have some fruitful discussion and get back to you probably after this meeting and to see how we can implement all of those. Have a great conference.
So this was the video presentation by Ms. Janet. We shall now be unfolding a soft launching of the Recycle Exchange. And this launching shall be done by Mr. Olaf Lowley, the CEO of Optex, and Mr. Omar Giyas, the Director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. May I kindly request Mr. Olaf Lowley and Mr. Omar Giyas to do the soft launching of the Recycle Exchange.
Yes, thank you very much. Is it starting? Yes. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I would like to present here to you the soft launch of Recycle Exchange, our textile post-production sorting center here in Dhaka. First of all, I would like to thank our partner, Mustafiz, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, for this opportunity and the collaboration of setting this up. I'm really happy that after a year, we're finally there. And since January, we started to sort waste. It was some great achievement by the team, and especially also with the team together with the Bangladesh Apparel Exchange team, we made it happen, and we are there, and we're sorting. It's a collaboration between NVU, Optex, and Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. So we at Recycle Exchange, we think we set up a model for textile sorting. We want to make the sorting of waste formal, with a good working environment for the people, the workers. It's dignified jobs, fair wages, digital payments if possible, and we want to close the loop into the recycling industry. From waste to garment again, and if possible, all here locally in Bangladesh. And you, together with us, can make that happen. So please make sure that we have access to your waste and we can recycle it. If you look at the global fiber production, everybody knows these numbers, it's growing like crazy. And it will be only more. We can't continue like this, and we have to start recycling more and more. we would like to trace our waste. So we have traceability tools in place. Yeah, we like to sell to fiber recyclers, if possible. Otherwise, we downcycle it. But we have to make sure that it doesn't go into incineration or landfills. If you look at recycled materials and brand demand, it's growing, but still it's not at the level that it should be. Your biggest composition is cotton. Only 1% worldwide of cotton gets recycled at the moment. So that has to grow. And we can make that happen together. If you look at polyester, it's 15%, but it's not fiber to fiber because it's PET bottles. And we want to avert PET bottles going back to textiles. Let's keep it into the food chain. There are now 5 types of recycling going on, and only one type is really at the level where it should be. And that's mechanical recycling. And you're doing that here in a good way. And we try to make sure that when you get your waste to be recycled, that we do this with good working conditions. And that's different. We have to move away from the informal market, and we have to make the waste formal. And we need your help to make that happen. So for this, I would like to ask for the next part of the presentation, Mr. Omar Gias to the stage, the director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, and he will do the second part. So again, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Olaf. First of all, I would invite the audience to watch a short video on the Recycle Exchange, requesting to start the video from the panel.
Annually, the world generates 92 million tons of textile waste. With Recycle Exchange leading Bangladesh's sustainable ready-made garment sector, we efficiently sort textile waste. Recycle Exchange, with a compliant sorting facility in Ashulia, we're spearheading textile waste collection, sorting, and supply, closing the loop and establishing a sustainable value chain. In collaboration with manufacturers, recyclers, brands, and other stakeholders, leads the charge in advancing circularity within Bangladesh's textile sector as a joint venture between BAE and Uptex, registered in the RJSC. We're redefining textile waste management. Our mission is to demonstrate the feasibility of a local circular and social textile value chain. Recycle Exchange emerges as a key player in the circular economy, redirecting textile waste from landfills to new productions. The impact of Recycle Exchange goes beyond environmental benefits, creating jobs and promoting sustainable business practices. At Recycle Exchange, we're catalysts for change, leading the charge in sustainable practices. Bangladesh's textile sector sets the standard for circularity. Transparency and traceability define our operations, showcasing our commitment to accountability and a greener future.
So this is the Recycle Exchange video. So in the Recycle Exchange, you know that Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is promoting the circularity for a long time, and one of the founder of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, Mr. Mustafizuddin, is staunch advocates for circularity. So Recycle Exchange is one of the endeavors of BE to promote circularity, and this is the facility at the plant level we are actually implemented in collaboration with the Aptex. And since it's a Sustainable Apparel Forum, we would also like to share with you that some of the SDGs Recycle Exchange is promoting by this plant. So we are promoting SDG 3, 5, and 9, and also SDG 12. So if we say about the SDG 3, in the Recycle Exchange, we are giving the minimum wage, government declared minimum wage to the workers of all the Recycle Exchange, and we have, the model sorting center we try to establish, where we also keep the provision for daycare, we keep the provision for the skylight, we keep the provision for breastfeeding and the nutritions, and so also the training facilities on the reproductive health for the workers. And regarding the gender equality in the recycle exchange, the 70% of the workers of the recycle exchange are women, and we have also created employment opportunity for the disabled people. And as regards the SDG 9, we are actually trying to boost industry infrastructure and the innovation, because when we say about the sorting, the quality and quantity of the sorted waste very important. So we are applying the best innovation there. And regarding the SDG 12, we are promoting circular fashion, that is, of course, the responsible consumption and transforming textile waste into valuable resources. So these are the 4 SDGs we are directly promoting by the recycle exchange. And regarding the waste of the recycle exchange, we are using the sorted waste of recycle exchange, especially for the recycling. And our focus is to closing the loop. So that's why we are giving to the mechanical recyclers locally in Bangladesh. But some of the waste which cannot be sorted out mechanically, we are exporting also to chemical recycling abroad. And some of the recycled material that cannot be recycled fiber to fiber, we are also using the rest of that materials in the downcycling for the garments of children, making bags, pillows, and other things for the downcycling. And one of the most important part of the circular fashion, we believe, is transparency, ensuring the transparency. So we are closely working with the GRS certifications. So we are ensuring by the GRS that the waste is totally the transparency and traceability of the waste is ensured. So this is in short, the presentation of the recycle exchange. We invite all the stakeholders, especially the manufacturers and the brands, to collaborate. We are open for the partnership, and together we want to promote circular fashion. So you are requested to visit recycleexchange.org, and also cordially invited at our plant in the Ashulia, outskirts of Dhaka. So we looking forward to working together with you and making a circular shift of our apparel industry for making the world a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation on the Recycle Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have been looking for the brochures. I just would like to repeat that everyone is carrying an ID card which has been given to you at the registration desk. It has got a QR code printed at the back, so you can scan the code to find the program agenda and even the brochure. Moving on to our next presentation. Dear guests, it is a great pleasure that we transition into the technical introduction of the presentation that promises to delve into crucial aspects of the industry. Today, we have the privilege of hosting a distinguished speaker, Mr. Lars Mortensen, an expert on textile and circular economy from the European Environmental Agency. He shall enlighten us on the pivotal topic of environment and climate challenges of the sector and the upcoming EU regulation. And this, he will be doing it by joining virtually.
Good morning from Europe. Good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure to be here to join this and to talk about the environment and climate impacts from textiles overall and EU policies and how they will affect you. I have a few slides that I would like to share, so I'll just share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, so here are my slides. First, let me just say that I'm an economist. I'm from the European Environment Agency. We are one of the EU institutions. Our mandate is to monitor Europe's environment and climate change. This is what we do. We collect data. But we also monitor how our consumption in Europe affects other parts of the world. I'm particularly responsible for our work on textiles and circular economy, and I've been at the agency for over 20 years now. We cover the European Union, but also Europe more broadly. I have three messages to share with you this afternoon. One is an overview of the environment and climate impacts of consumption in Europe. One is our recent work on EU exports of used textiles into Bangladesh. And third point is the status of EU policies on textiles, which will affect everybody through the value chain that sells textiles to Europe. So let me start with the first point. So basically in Europe, we consume a lot of textiles, and as you know, much of it is imported from Bangladesh. Annually, we consume around 15 kilograms of textiles in Europe per person. Here in this picture, you can see that everything in blue, that is the total clothing. We consume about 6 kilos per person of that. In yellow, that is the household textiles. We consume about 6 kilos of that, and around 3 kilos of shoes each. So this is high numbers, and these are growing, especially after the COVID pandemic. So as you know, majority of the textiles are synthetic. Of our clothes, 60% is synthetic, and of our household textiles, 70% is not textiles. And what you can see in this graph is the development of the different fibers that has been used for the textiles at the global level, and where you can see that synthetic fibers dominate a lot. But I'm sure you're very aware of that as one of the major producing companies. In terms of how textiles consumption in Europe affects the environment and climate change, we have looked at that. We've compared with other areas of consumption. So what we've shown is that for the emission of greenhouse gases related to our consumption in Europe, textiles is the area of consumption that has the 5th highest index. Housing has most, then food, transport, and recreation. And in total, this is 270 kilograms CO2 per person. And what you can see, this is the blue one in the middle. What you can see is that what is dark blue here is what happens in Europe, not too much, and the rest is outside Europe. So most of these CO2 greenhouse gas emissions actually happen in the producing countries. This data was used for the EU strategy on sustainable and circular textiles. And what we showed was actually that the European consumption of textiles has the 4th highest impacts on the environment, climate change, after food, housing, and mobility. This is the reason why textiles is now being more regulated. It's one of the top 3 pressures for water and land use, and top 5 pressures in terms of raw material use and greenhouse gas emissions. So what we've shown is that from European perspective, textiles has quite significant environment and climate impact, and it's not been regulated so much until now, which is the reason why we now have an EU strategy on sustainable and circular textiles. That leads me to my second point on the EU export of textiles, of used textiles, which is also an issue of great importance, of potentials, and also of concern. This picture here, if you start looking at it from the left-hand side, what we can see here is that in Europe, 38% of the textiles we consume are collected. Actually, the rest is basically incinerated or landfill. So those 38% we collect. Out of those, 10% at the bottom is sold in a second-hand shop in the same country as it's collected. For example, in Denmark, Belgium, or Sweden, or wherever it is. Another 10% is sold in another country in Europe. This is what they call the cream, so the best quality. The rest is exported either to Asia or to Africa. Basically to Asia, just over 40%, and also just over 40% to Africa. As you know, this is This creates a lot of jobs in Asia. It's a huge sector. It's very complicated, and we know that some is sent after sorting is sent to other countries. Some is basically recycled, and it's really, really complex. And we're also learning from new research that sometimes things are exported from Europe to, for example, Bangladesh. Then it goes to India. Then some of it goes back. It's a very, very complicated thing. So it's this whole chain is basically something that is a huge sector, creates a lot of jobs, but of course it's also something where we have to avoid that, especially we don't have used textiles dumped in the rivers in Africa, for example. So this is the trends about the amounts of this, and what you can see here on the left is how much used textiles we exported in the year 2000, and on the right how much we exported in the year 2019, so the most recent data. And as you can see, this has basically tripled, so it's 3 times as big. And what we can see is that most of it goes to Asia, especially to Pakistan, United Arab Emirates, and to India, but also a lot goes actually to Bangladesh, which in this figure is included under other countries. In Africa, it goes to Tunisia, Ghana, and Cameroon, and we expect these amounts to continue to increase. And that leads me to my final and perhaps most important point of this afternoon, which is the EU policies on textiles. So basically, as a reaction to the numbers I showed you previously, where textiles on average has the 4th highest impacts on environment and climate change, the EU agreed in 2022 for a strategy on sustainable and circular textiles. This strategy includes quite a lot of elements. First of all, it includes elements to set design requirements for textiles to make them last longer, easier to repair and recycle, etc. Secondly, it introduces a digital product passport for textiles. It aims to tackle greenwashing, to reverse overproduction and overconsumption, and discourage the destruction of unsold and returned textiles. It proposes a mandatory extended producer responsibility for textiles. It really wants to release the microplastics, restrict the export of textile waste, so that is, which is actually waste, which cannot be resold, incentivize circular business models, and work with other member states, which is, of course, one of the things we are doing today. So this is an important strategy with many, many elements. At the moment, this strategy is being implemented. And the next and final slide I want to show you is how this is being implemented. What you can see here is a picture of the currently 16 pieces of EU legislation which is being put in place and which is being decided upon, which will have impacts on all textiles being sold in the EU. This means that, of course, it will have indirect but very important impacts in the factories in Bangladesh in the whole value chain. The first one, this is being implemented over the next couple of years, and those I've highlighted in red, you can see here, I think, are the most important ones in this chapter. The first one is the Eco-Design Directive. We have a directive in the EU which has requirements for how to design products built in the EU market. This has been used, for example, for windows to make sure that they can keep the cold weather outside. But this will now be applied to textiles. So there will be requirements in terms of quality, repairability, fibers in it for textiles put on the market in the EU in the coming years. So if you see new requirements from brands,
recording stopped.
From those who sell it.
Recording in progress.
This is where it comes from. There's also the digital product passport mentioned here, which basically that we will require information, detailed information on all the textiles put on the EU market. That leads me to the extended producer responsibility. This is what we're putting in place so that the producers will have responsibility for paying for handling of the waste. And this will include handling of waste in the EU. And there are current discussions about, will this include payment of handling of the waste in other countries, for example, in Bangladesh, we don't know. In terms of waste shipments, this is the export of used textiles. There will be limitations to the export of used textiles from the EU in the future. The aim is to still export those textiles that actually can be resold or well recycled, but not those who end in landfill or in dumps. So to summarize, I think it's really important that you in Bangladesh are very much aware of what is happening in the EU, that this sector is now being regulated. We're trying to make it more sustainable, more circular, and to work with you on all these things. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today and also to be in dialogue. If you have any questions, I'll be very, very happy to answer. And I hope we can continue our dialogue in the coming years as we transform this sector to make it more sustainable. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Lars Mortensen, who is an expert on textile and circular economy from the European Environmental Agency. We shall now move on to 2 sessions, and that shall be holding parallelly. One is a parallel breakout session titled Circular Design Facilitated by GIZ. This engaging session will take place in the Madhubi Hall, located on the 2nd floor of the hotel. I repeat, the engaging session will take place in the Madhubi Hall, located on the 2nd floor of the hotel, which is on circular design facilitated by GIZ. At the same time, at this hall, there will be a second plenary session, which is titled Behind the Seams, Decent Work Condition and Livelihood in the RMG Industry, Perspectives on the Role of Women Workers and Supervisory Practices. This session focuses on creating decent work condition and sustainable livelihood. In particular, we will be exploring the roles, challenges, and opportunities faced by women workers and line supervisors in the RMG industry. The session shall be moderated by Stephen, the Advisor Program for Sustainability in the Textile and Leather Sector, STILAGIZ, and the humble speakers are Abil bin Amin, the Country Manager of ETI Bangladesh, Hans Doctor, Supply Chain Innovation Lead, Fairwear Foundation, Shohidur Rahman, the Professor of Sociology in the Department of Economics and Social Science, Smita Nimilita, Bangladesh Country Lead and Global Foundation Lead, Syed Sultan Uddin Ahmed, Executive Director, Bangladesh Institute of Labor Studies, BILS. May I request the moderator and the speakers to please proceed towards the stage. The second plenary session is on Behind the Seams, Decent Work Conditions and Livelihood in the RMG Industry, about the perspective on the roles of women workers and supervisory practices. This session shall be moderated by Stephen, the Advisor Program for Sustainability in the Textile and the Leather Sector, GIZ. Just would like to remind you that there is a parallel breakout session that's been held in Madhubi Hall, 2nd floor, on the circular design facilitated by GIZ.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Steffen. I'm working for GIZ in the textile cluster as an advisor. And I would like to very warm welcome you all to this hopefully very insightful discussion today where we will discuss current insights on the situations of women workers in the RMG industry in Bangladesh. And maybe in the end of the session, we might also make a slight reassessment of perceptions regarding specific roles of women workers in the RMG industry. By shedding light on the perspectives of women workers, through evidence-based knowledge production, by commissioning studies that really had the goal to speak with the workers, to hear their voices, we try to aim to better understand workers' perceptions with regard to their working and living conditions in the RMG industry in Bangladesh. Despite impressive economic growth until today, and the possibility of formal employment for women, the living and working conditions for women in Bangladesh remain very challenging. On behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, our commissioning party, the GIZ implemented Project STYLE, Sustainability in the Textile and Leather Sector, has commissioned 2 studies to make women workers' perspectives more visible. The first study, commissioned by GIZ together with ETI, conducted by Breck University, focuses on the declining number of women workers in the RMG industry. The study has shown that only 53% of workforce in the RMG industry are actually women. And this is quite contrary to the often communicated 80, 70, 60% in the past. There are many reasons for this decline, although it's also related partly to working conditions, for example, overtime issues, salary issues, gender-based violence. And the main reason why the number of women workers in the industry declined, according to this study, to the key findings, is that they have to leave the factories after a few years because of social expectations regarding the fulfillment of gender roles within their households as mothers and daughters. This is the main key finding, at least from my perspective, of the first study. The second study, also conducted by Breck University, discusses the opportunities and challenges for workers in terms of career development in the RMG factories. The study sheds light on the promotion of women workers to line supervisors, which is often described as a process, as a step forward, and as a symbol of women empowerment. However, this career move upwards to line supervisors can also have negative implications for women workers. For example, regarding safety, regarding payment, regarding working hours, and also regarding their right to become a member of a trade union. Also, it is unclear whether there's a further potential for women workers that got supported to line supervisors for further career development, for example, in terms of becoming line managers or production managers. Today, I'm very happy to have a distinguished lineup of experts with me who will share their profound insights on these topics I have just briefly introduced. Firstly, we have right next to me Professor Shahidul Rahman, who is Professor of Sociology at the Department of Economics and Social Science at Breck University, and who is the author of both studies. Very warm welcome, Mr. Shahidul. Next, I'm happy to have Ms. Smita Nimilita here, who is the Bangladesh country lead and global foundations lead of RISE. RISE means Reimagining Industry to Support Equality, and is a very important initiative to support women empowerment in the RMG industry. The next expert I'm very happy to introduce is Mr. Abi bin Amin, who is the country manager of Ethical Trading Initiative, ETI. And Abi brings more than a century of sectoral experience with him. And Abi will showcase in the end examples from ETI's operations and illustrate how the key findings of the study on the decline of the number of women workers in the industry have directly impacted the work of ETI. Next, a very warm welcome to Mr. Syed Sultan Uddin Ahmed, who is the Executive Director of BILDS. Sultan, you have experienced amazingly more than 40 years in the area of labor movement, and I'm very happy that you are here. And last but not least, I'm very privileged to have Mr. Hans Doctor here, who is currently the Supply Chain Innovation Lead at Fairware Foundation, based in Vietnam, and I'm very happy that you are here, Hans. You have huge experience in the area of sustainable economic cooperation. You had different diplomatic roles, ambassador for the Netherlands around the globe, and I'm very happy to have you here. So let us start with the, let's say, key architect of today's session, because he is the author of the two studies. Shahidul, I would like to ask you what key insights have emerged from your studies, particularly with regard to the role of women workers, and could you highlight the most relevant findings from your studies regarding the challenges faced by women, especially in terms of societal expectations, but also in terms of career development. And then, if you still have time, I would like to know, how do these findings contribute to a more nuanced understanding of the experience of women workers and gender dynamics in the sector? Thank you very much, Shahidul.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. And as you know that after 3 days, we are going to celebrate International Women's Day. And the theme of this year's Women's Day is Invest in Gender, Accelerating Progress. And I think the essence of this slogan can be found in the two studies that we recently conducted that highlight women's participation in the labor market and also gender mobility. The first study that we did, that completed in 2022, and the objective of the study was to explore the factors behind the declining women garment workers in the RMG sector. That was a key objective. And as Stephen mentioned, that we found that apart from automation and working conditions, the main driving force behind that decline was perceived gender roles associated with women, specifically taking care of children, difficulty to make a quality balance between home and work. These are the very fundamental issues I think that we have not addressed yet in our literature, because our main focus previously was on automation and the working conditions. Apart from the gendered roles, another aspect also played a role in making that decline, and that is the gender perception. You know that the work of nature, the nature of work has been changed because of the fast fashion business model, and also we wanted to find out what kind of skill set actually the factory management was looking for now. And the skill set that they expected from the workforce that were more in align with the male workers compared to female workers, such as they expect flexible workforce, expectation of long working hours, working at night, and also handling machines, and also adaptation with the changing working environment. So in that context, the skill set nowadays is much more actually supportive towards male workers. Another concern that another concern of our study was adequate leadership role by women workers, because we conducted a survey of former garment workers, women workers who actually left the garment sector, and among them we found that only 1% of those workers in their entire career they actually work as a supervisor. So that was a really concern for us, and this prompted us to do the second study that focuses on the role of supervisor, with a particular focus on female supervisor. And this study we completed in 2000, we just completed in January 2024. And the main motivating factors that pushed workers or operators to become supervisors was higher income and also social respect. However, on average, actually, these supervisors, on average, they earn 4,000 taka more than the salary of operators. There's a high income, but there's a social cost because since they were considered as staff, management staff in the factory, that's why they were not entitled to overtime. There was no legal labor platform for them. There was no legal minimum wage for them. So these were the vulnerability and challenges they faced. And with a particular focus on the female supervisors actually face the dual burden of managing extensive work hours with household responsibilities that we already found in our previous study. And this reality affects their work-life balance. And there was also a gender pay gap. Male supervisors earned about 596 taka more than the female supervisors per month on average. But the income disparity was more evident at the higher salary level, where only 4% female supervisors earned close to 25,000 taka per month, in contrast to 15% of male supervisors. And there was also gender perception work here that actually discouraged female workers to become supervisor, such as, according to the male supervisors, they thought that female supervisors, actually, female workers, they're not fit for the becoming supervisor because they do not have the skill of more controlling power and more voice, which were very essential in the factory. Apart from the gender dynamics, we also examined the legal aspect, legal framework of supervisor. On the one hand, supervisors were considered as staff in the factory. On the other hand, in most of the cases in labor code, they were actually considered as worker. And it happened because of the ambiguity in the definition of supervisor in the labor law. And to sum up, in line with this year's campaign of International Women's Day, I think two studies show the importance of reviewing and adopting a gender-inclusive culture in the workplace through continuous interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shaidur, for this nice overview. Next, I would like to ask Smita. Smita, you lead the operations of RISE in Bangladesh, and you have extensive experience in financial inclusion, gender equality, and women empowerment issues. And building on the insights from the studies on the roles of women in the Bangladesh RMG sector, could you provide us examples of implementation from a really on-the-ground perspective? First, showcasing how RISE work have made maybe tangible differences in the lives of women workers in the RMG industry, particularly in terms of career development and empowerment. And second, based on your implementation experience with RISE, what are the main challenges of women workers with regard to the key findings of the studies? For example, when it comes to taking over roles as line supervisors. Thank you, Smita.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. So first of all, I would like to say a little bit about RISE, so who we are. So RISE is actually, in the beginning, Stephen already mentioned, so we are a collaborative initiative, still under BSR. It's a program, but we are a combination of 4 largest women empowerment sort of programs in the global supply chain. So as our founding members, we have CARE International, BSR Heart Project, Better Work, and gap-based programs. So I think the audience is quite familiar with all these programs. Even though RISE was launched last year, back in, actually we are going to celebrate our 1-year anniversary very soon because it was launched on Women's Day. So on the International Women's Day last year. So yeah, but in any case, since the founding members have like decades of experience working together with the brands, suppliers, and men workers. So from that angle, and also as RISE, I can share some of the insights that we have seen on the ground. when we are implementing the program. So we have been doing programs across different pillars as well. So we have financial inclusion, gender equality in general, gender-based violence and harassment tackling, and women's advancement and leadership panel. And throughout all our capacity strengthening pillars, what we try to ensure is increase women's agencies, build their confidence, build their communication skills, and also work very closely with the factory management and the owners, because without their support and without creating a gender equitable policies or system, I think these programs like RISE is not going to work. So it's like actually both way approach from our end, and we have definitely seen a lot of positive results when you engage workers in peer education approach or change maker approach, and also when you really sit together with the management and sort of advocate through gender equality issues in general. And then we can also sort of, in our program, we also, tackle the different aspects of issues because, advancement, we believe in RISE is that women's advancement and leadership is not about just vertical, vertical promotion or upward, sort of advancement. We believe that it has to be a sort of holistic approach. And why we believe that? Because we have been working with them for a very long period of time, and that's why we are seeing that there are, I think the study already clarified, Mr. Shahid Rahman very nicely explained the challenges they face when the system is not ready to accept them as leaders. So instead of, like, we as RISE, we believe that instead of putting a lot of pressure on women to perform in a role which is actually created for men, or following a traditional pathway for promotion might not be the might not be very helpful in the long run. So it requires sort of solid engagement with the factory management to improve the culture and create more acceptance, and create the positions in a way that it is sort of gender friendly, or it is gender inclusive, because there are certain challenges that are faced by men and there are certain challenges that are faced by women. So same role might not be suitable in the manufacturing industry for male and women. So in that aspect, we are, under our women's advancement and leadership pillar, we also did a very small research to redesign the program, actually to design the program. And the theme was redefining leadership or redefining advancement. So we will be sharing the study as well. But I think the purpose of doing that study was for us to understand how we can do better as programs and what exactly might work. And we did that in India and Bangladesh, and we have found out that there are 25 women's leadership programs that are really focusing on promoting women into the supervisory role. And there are challenges in the role itself, legal challenges, and there are other aspects that my fellow panelists will discuss. So in that study was also an eye-opening aspect for us. We knew that through the implementation that there are systematic barriers that needs to be addressed first before putting a lot of pressure on her to perform on some sort of unrealistic job. I mean, that's definitely required. We need to keep on advocating women taking more managerial positions and leadership positions, but I think there is a bigger aspect to it. So as RISE, we are also trying to engage the industry in this new dialogue of defining or redefining advancement instead of just doing an upward, vertical progression. Let's focus on horizontal as well. So yeah, so in short, that's what I believe I could share, but I guess the other panelists will also focus on the other aspects. So thank you so much, and thanks to GIZ and SAF for inviting me in this panel. I think I'm the only woman representing in the panel, so yeah, so no pressure on me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Smita. Next, I would like to ask Abil. Abil, you are ETI Country Manager in Bangladesh, and you coordinate ETI strategic initiatives here in the country for more ethical business practices and labor rights in Bangladesh. And based on the findings of the study on the reasons for the decline of the number of women workers in Bangladesh, or the RMG sector of Bangladesh, what measures ETI and member brands have taken on a global but also on a local level?
Thank you, Stefan, for a very critical question. So just a short introduction, ETI, Ethical Trading Initiative, we are a multi-stakeholder membership-based organization. And the way we operate is that collaboration and alignment is key to our work. As Smita has rightly pointed out, there are at least 25 initiatives going on in Bangladesh focusing on women empowerment. Focusing only on supervisory role for women empowerment. If we take women empowerment as a more, define women as a more broadly, there are probably more initiatives than 25. And most of our members are also engaging in these initiatives. Women empowerment is a priority topic for not only for ETI, but all of our members. But the problem was alignment, the problem was collaboration. And despite all these various initiatives, something was not really working, as we have seen in both the research. The number of women workers were declining, number of women in supervisory position was not increasing. So I would like to thank you, GIZ and the STYLE project, to conduct both these interlocking researches, which kind of shed some light that what was actually what we were doing wrong, where we were failing to identify the root causes of the problem. And we are hoping that both the research jointly will work as a catalyst to give it a fresh look that what we can do jointly. So on that point, after the first research was published, we convened our members and we jointly developed an action plan. The action plan consists of actions that our brand members can take in the short term, in the midterm, and the long term. And just to give you some example of the kind of actions they listed, going back and looking at the factory-wise HR policy, leave policy, ensuring grievance handling mechanisms are working. In looking at the childcare policy, ensuring functional childcare facility and functional canteens. In the midterm, looking at issues like excessive working hour, looking at career progress for women workers, promoting social dialogue inside the factory, ensuring that the suppliers have proper transport policy so that the workers can go back to their workers even if they're working late in the office and it's evening time, so that the women workers do not feel harassment at the workplaces in the way back to their homes. The key is, again, over here, what we are trying to do is not only the brands do take these initiatives, but do this in a joint manner, in a collaborative manner, aligning with each other, not working in isolation. So for us, the next step is that what we are launching globally is what we are calling a community of practice. So this is going to be a group of brands where we are going to actively support them on developing the policy, helping them to identify and conduct human rights due diligence with a gender lens, identifying the root causes, train them how to develop interventions and help them implement those strategies at a workplace. So that is what we are doing. That is how we are utilizing the researches. So actually, to act as a catalyst to restart the conversation among our members, supporting our members, developing their capacity, and then ensuring that that is being trickled down and being actually implemented at supplier level. So that is all from my side, Stefan. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Abil. It makes me very happy to see that the research findings directly impact your implementation work. This is something which I really appreciate. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Sultan to give us some ideas. Sultan, I would like to talk with you regarding the study on the supervisory roles in the RMG sector. As you know, the study has shown that there's an ambiguity in defining supervisors. While factory management view line supervisors most of the times as staff, with reference to the labor rules 2015, for example, federation leaders and labor rights activists disagree with this classification quite often. They instead argue that line supervisors should be considered as workers, because if they are not categorized as workers, they cannot make use of certain employment benefits, and they might not be entitled to become a member of a trade union. And considering the challenges outlined in this study regarding the non-classification of supervisors as workers, and with this, their limited ability to join trade unions, what strategies, actions, or policy changes do you recommend in this regard?
Thank you, Stephen. And thanks, organizer, for inviting me. Thanks to research team. It's a very comprehensive and very specific research on target. I'm really happy to see the research. Thank you for that. Coming to the very specific question, actually research itself has the answer of that question. What Federation leader says, what the Labor Department says, that is correct actually. There is a misinterpretation of this definition, I can tell you. If you go through all the labor law, 2006 and up to amendment, if you will see this very definition, workers definition, were inserted in 2015, this supervisor or Tadaruki Karmakarta, they are not fall under the workers definition, that contradict the whole labor law, whole fundamental characteristics of the labor law. Because in labor law, there is two sections of people actually, employer and employee, workers and employers. There are no in between, no in between. If you go through the whole labor law, I can give you 3-4 articles only. Like most fundamental things is chapter 2, where whole chapter 2, if you see the appointment letter, that all owner cannot appoint any workers without issuing any appointment letter. Then if anybody of that organization, of that enterprise, fall beyond the workers definition, then what will be his appointment letter or her appointment letter? Come to article chapter 4, the fundamental rights of the women workers, what all over the world we are now fighting for, the maternity leave. What it says that women workers are entitled to the maternity leave. Then what will have the supervisor if they are not workers? Okay. Come to industrial dispute between workers and employers. Come to compensation. If I don't think there will be any accident in government sector. If it is happened, then what will be the compensation for the supervisor if they are not workers? So, first of all, this definition, the amendment, actually contradict the whole fundamental characteristics of the labor law. So we need to change it. This is one thing. And even if you go to the higher court verdict, if you go to the labor court verdict, no verdict complying this definition. They all go with the fundamental character of labor law. And definition cannot change the fundamental characteristics. Fundamental characteristics are other chapters. No, definition only to explain the thing. This is my one thing. Second, there is a background. When this amendment happened in 2015, there was a deadlock. Almost 2 years deadlock, and then 3 parties sit together. All the senior trade union leaders, many of them present here, employers, I am sure BJME representatives here and others also, and we as some from the institute, those who are working on labor law. And if you see the rules say that they will treat it as a supervisor in 2.65 of the labor law if they are in written empowered by the employee to exercise his or her duty. So it's not all supervisors in the same category. That is the point of departure to pass the rule actually. Otherwise, there was a deadlock of that thing. So it's not complying with all the supervisor, I can tell you. Maybe a few. Now you come to your final question, that how they can protect their rights. Actually, there is no empowerment, and power is not only depend on the designation or only depend you have some more salary, better salary. No. Empowerment depends how you can raise your voice, how you can comment. Yeah. And that depends on your organization. If you don't have any organization, an individual person never empowered. He or she may be very top CEO. You know, in America, CEO has the union. Multinational company CEO has the union, you know. In Bangladesh, once in 90s, state ministers formed a union because they didn't have a word that time, you know. So without a organized workforce behind you, we cannot expect the individual person only for her or his position. She can exercise her rights are empowered. So we need to actually amend this definition. We need to make it inclusive if we really want a sustainable apparel industry. Sustainability depends on inclusiveness. How far all the actors of this enterprise on the industry are coming together, own the industry. So by a definition, you exclude a vast majority of the people, those who are in your floor, those who manage the thing, you know, those who have the relation bridge between the workers and the employers. If you exclude them, then you cannot, only by economic sustainability, you cannot make a sustainable industry. So we need an inclusive industry in Bangladesh for our development, and we need that each and everybody should take their fair share and recognition and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sultan, for this very detailed answer and your perspective on this issue. Next, dear Hans, I would like to make use of your huge experience in this field, and I would like to ask you for a more overarching perspective on the issues we have just discussed. And drawing on your career focus on fostering better labor conditions around the globe, how do you see the role of the RMG industry in Bangladesh in promoting decent jobs and improving working conditions, especially concerning the challenges highlighted in the studies for women, with regard to career development, but also with regard to gender roles in general? What would you recommend?
Well, I have the magic bullet, I think, to solve this issue. No, thank you, Stefan, for giving me the floor. First, a little bit about the Fair Wear Foundation, whom I represent. We are 25 years old. We are a multi-stakeholder initiative, also including brands. And I think we have been at the forefront of many new ideas that we're all working on together, and we did that together with partners, not alone. Yeah, the standards that we have in the industry and the principles underlying it is something that we also assess our member brands on. And I think that's also very important to point out, because we really feel that the brands are the ones that have to move as well. And it was mentioned several times this morning, and I want to underline that here again. So when we come to these two studies, which I think are very rich and very insightful, there's many elements in it. So if you look at the reasons why women leave the industry or decide not to join, it's a mixed bag. There are negative elements there that the study points to, and those we have to address, obviously. But there's also positive elements that because of the growth of the economy, that people have other options, and they don't want to work the long hours or under the conditions that the industry provides. So I think employers should really think, when they think about the long term, and also if they want to innovate and add new products, it's important to invest in your workforce and make sure that you retain talent and that you are an attractive employer. I think that is a takeaway you could take from this report as well. The labor market in Bangladesh is changing, and it reinforces the power of labor. So I think that is something very important to retain. Yeah, as with regards to the role of the supervisors, I was actually shocked when I read that, and I really hope that that is rectified, because it's a position that I don't envy. You are hit from above and you're hit from below, and you're very vulnerable on your own to keep your position with little extra benefit. And I think it's also important that there are opportunities for career development, particularly for women. So a strong legal position and the benefits that come with it are indeed, as Sultan said, very important. And that's also something that we will engage with our members on as well. But if you zoom out again and look at other countries, these issues are happening everywhere. And I think for Bangladesh to continue to grow in this sector, it's very important to innovate and stay ahead of the curve, and also use new legislation that is coming, and we will come back to that later, by the EU as an opportunity to compete more on sustainability and not just on price.
Thank you very much, Hans. In accordance with my time tracking, we still have 10 minutes left. I'm not sure if the organizers can confirm this. Yes? I interpret the silence as a yes. So then maybe we go for a second round. Shaidur, considering the implications for women outlined in your studies, how do you envision stakeholders, including industry and policymakers, addressing these issues to enhance the overall well-being of women in the industry and opportunities for women in Bangladesh's RMG industry?
Actually, in the first study, we conducted 4 surveys. The survey of factory management, then the current women workers, former women garment workers, and the potential women workers. So according to the survey of former women garment workers who actually left the garment sector, and from that study, we actually wanted to find out how is their life now after their exit from the RMG sector, after working for a while in this sector. And the study reveals that in terms of implication, yes, there are some financial improvement that happened in their life that triggered them to leave the sector. But also, there is a very good number of women. You could say in our study, we found that about 75% of those women, former women garment workers, they actually do not have any job now. And so that means that there has been an increased unpaid labor in the country. So that is not a good sign that we have an increased unpaid labor. And also, there is a trade-off between childcare and paid work. And this trade-off leading to economic vulnerability. Because since they are not in the paid labor market, that's why what happened, they are actually losing their social network, they have less agency, and they have less voice. For example, we also did some sort of FGD, and that in that FGD, that the former women garment worker, they said that when they were in the job market, actually it was very easy for them to get a loan from the community, from the other members, or if they asked for any sort of resources, that was very much available. But now, since they are not working, because of that perceived gender roles, actually, they do not have the same kind of condition. So that kind of implication that we found, and also it's overall broadly, we are also losing a job in the formal sector. Now, what could be done? First of all, from how to retain, because this exit is actually voluntary. So how to retain female workers in the job sector? So specifically, if you say one recommendation, I would say affordable childcare center could help. If we have, because there are some childcare center in the factory, but some are not functional. So affordable childcare center could help. There are also other recommendations I will add later.
Right. Thank you so much, Shaidur. We will not have enough time for this round for everyone to contribute for a second question. So I would like to close this session with giving the word to Smita again. Smita, maybe nearly the same question as for Shaidur. In the context of gender equality and women's empowerment, how do you see the broader industry landscape evolving at the moment? And what collaborative efforts are crucial for the well-being of women workers in the industry, and what opportunities do you see for women in the RMG sector? And if you can keep it short, then maybe we can still have 1 or 2 questions from the audience, but let's see. Thank you, Smita.
Thank you, Stephen. I think in my previous answer, I sort of said that the traditional way that we were thinking about how we were defining women's advancement and leadership. Maybe it's time like we rethink the process itself and maybe stop doing scattered programs and approaches like. We founded RISE with that, with that problem, keeping that where we wanted to bring together the 4 largest women empowerment programs in the global supply chain, not only in the Bangladesh. So, but I have to say that there has been real challenges in terms of, doing some real work on the ground. So it means that, if we are to engage more stakeholders, partners, and, all the like-minded organizations, probably that's impossible. But I think we have to start from somewhere. And one of the way is, starting to rethinking about the entire piece and sort of come together and find some solutions. I mean, from our end, we have a roadmap coming where we want our brand members, suppliers, workers. Of course, we have IBC in RISE board as well. So we want everyone to sort of contribute into that. So I guess that's just a start, but I believe there is more that can be done instead of thinking like a traditional way. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Smita. Yes, organizers, if you allow, I would like to ask the audience if there are open questions, and then I would like to ask the persons that ask the question to directly address the question to one of our panelists. Yes. Can someone provide a microphone?
We have a microphone here.
I think all the other organizers went to the other in a room, so we are left behind. But I guess we're passing the mic from the panel. Maybe we can take one question only to save the time and the mic running situation, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. I'm Monira from UNICEF. I'm a nutrition officer, but currently managing a national initiative called Mothers at Work. So it's been implemented through BGMA and PKMA. So this initiative is about maternity rights protection and breastfeeding and childcare provisions at the apparel sector, RMG sector. So my question is that I was listening carefully about particularly the research and evaluation evidences. So from an evaluation, recent evaluation on this Mothers at Work initiative, we learned that as this maternity rights are protected and women are, given the, the provision of the childcare, particularly the infants after delivery. So that helps to retain the, the working women with the younger kids returning to the work. So in whoever has done this research and evaluation on the women workforce, retention, did you look at that, whether that was also an factor that why women workers are reducing because of they are not having, they don't have that informed decision-making power that they can return to the workplace when they're having infants 2 months, 3 months coming back from maternity leave. Did you look at that? Because we learned that even I was watching a video, I think it's from Better Work. So the workers are also sharing their experiences that in their factory, so when they are given the childcare provisions, like after delivery with the younger kids particularly, so 80% of the workers are returning to their work. So has anyone looked at that factor for the women workforce retention at the workplace? Hope that I'm clear about my question. Thank you.
Who from the round would like to answer? Most probably Shaidu, right? Because this is directly related to the research.
I think I agree with you that if there's a children provision, that kind of support system exists, then there is a high possibility that they will return to the garment sector, because it's not that, although it's a voluntary exit, but it's not like that they want to come back and join the garment sector. And there were some women workers we found in our that actually after leaving the sector they came back, but some workers, they did not came back to the garment sector, but were working in another sector that is provides a balance between home and work, because from the survey of potential women workers who are going to join the labor market within the next 2 or 3 years, any sector. So that survey shows that there is a perception among the potential women workers that particularly when you have a higher level of education, I mean post-secondary level, so they actually don't want to join the garment sector, because there is a perception among them, this is a sector where there is you have to work hard, it's tremendous stress, and even you have to work in the weekend also, on continuous pressure, and also there are some health effects. So they learn this kind of experiences from their community who already work in the sector. So from those who have a upper level of education, they wanted to go for the other service sectors such as hospital or other industry, but not garment sector. But in places where you do not have any other alternate job options, such as if you see from Gazipur, there we found there actually more workers, they want to join the garment sector because there is no other better option for them. Still, I think if we go have some sort of resources for those, particularly who face these childcare facilities, then it's a probability possibility they will come back to the garment sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shaidua. I think we are 2 minutes over the time now. And I would like to thank you all, and especially the panelists again, for their valuable contributions. I'm sorry that I could not give you all more time for more contributions. I would have loved to do this, but it is as it is. And I'm very happy that we had this panel discussion with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the moderator for helping us moderate this session. I hope everyone had a fruitful session through this. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is on future opportunities in sustainable innovation, which shall be presented by Buddhi Paranamana, the Director, Sustainability and Innovation, PDS Limited. Future opportunities in sustainable innovation.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me, and hope everyone's still with me and not dozing off after that lunch. So first of all, I'd like to thank Mustafis and the organizing team for having me to be able to share some insights into some of the exciting work that we are doing around sustainable innovation. And hopefully there'll be something that most of you have not seen that you can, talk to us about afterwards. We're always looking for collaboration and how we can, scale things up and see profitable results at the end. So I'll go right into it. So as I mentioned, the topic that I'll be presenting is future opportunities in sustainable innovation, specifically around few areas in that scope. So to start things off, I'd like to set the context of the company that I represent. So my name is Buddhi, and I'm the Director for Sustainability and Innovation of PDS Limited. So PDS Limited, just a quick snapshot, again, just to set the context of how we approach sustainable innovation of a company of our scale. So we're a 1.4 billion company with offices around 22 countries, and about 4,000 employees directly in our corporate offices, and more than 6,000 when it comes to our factories as well. And we have 4 particular areas that we are focusing on in terms of business operations. Those are manufacturing, design-led sourcing, where we have end-to-end design, all the way up till manufacturing and delivery, then sourcing as a service, where we do sourcing for brands. And then more recently, we have also brands and licensing under us. So the reason, again, to set the context for how we are approaching innovation in this kind of a complex business model is what I want to kind of share with you. And the way that we've done this, also just to kind of show the scale again and to show how we've approached this. So we have a partner network of over 600 factories across the globe. And what we've done in terms of innovation is taking profits and repurposing that profits into investments in the ways of a venture fund or a VC fund. So what we've set up is a $50 million fund purely from our profits that are coming from the business that I mentioned earlier. And we've started this fund maybe about 4.5 years ago. And to date, we've invested close to 20 million into over 65 different startups. And obviously, by doing the math, you'll understand these are like minority stakes into startups. But the idea is identifying the correct type of startups that promote innovation in the supply chain that we are currently in. So what that means is we are looking at these 5 areas of investments. However, for today's purpose, I believe the more important ones are going to be around material innovations, as well as recycling and post-consumer waste, take-backs and give-backs. So the post-consumer waste or recycling has been a topic that's been discussed throughout the day today. So we also have some ideas of how we are approaching that, and material innovation is definitely one area that we are focusing on as well. And similar to how we have our operations across the globe, investments into such startups in sustainable innovation and innovation overall have been also focused around the globe. So all, from America to Europe, Asia, and Australia. The reason, again, to show this, to put context, is that we believe that investment needs to go into those who are subject matter experts and those who can do what they do best, rather than trying to in-house a lot of these things, putting a lot of capex behind it, opex behind it, and maybe seeing very minor results. We want to work with people who are completely focused on those efforts and promote their innovations throughout our platform with our brands and with our internal brands, as well as the brands that we service. So as I mentioned, huge opportunities in sustainable innovations. What I want to share with you is current opportunities. Why I say current is, I think when I've presented some of this work in the last year, 2 years in different forums, and at that point it was concept stage or proof of concept stage. And today I'm very happy to say that within the span of like 12 to 18 months, we have commercial ready products, materials, as well as commercially already working operations in terms of recycling facilities. So as I mentioned, I'll touch on 2 areas, given that I want to keep this a little focused around these particular topics. So number 1 is around low impact products. And then number 2 is on give backs or take back programs, reusing and upcycling. So let's start off with low impact materials. And I'd like to share a small clip of something that we have launched just last month. And I'll explain about that a little bit in detail afterwards. I think there's a sound to this, guys.
Has resulted in irreversible damage to our Earth's climate and ecosystem. Climate change is real. The Anthropocene has resulted in irreversible damage to our Earth's climate and ecosystems, dramatically impacting humanity. It is estimated that the fashion and textiles industry is responsible for 4 to 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. We need to do better. We love clothes. They are part of our daily lives, our identity. We cherish our finite resources, soil, water. We care about biodiversity. As a collective, We are committed to the challenge of reducing the footprint of materials and clothes. We believe that our actions can drive transformative change in the fashion ecosystem and a significant impact towards a regenerative future. Are we alchemists of present times? No. We are simply a platform of innovators, entrepreneurs, scientists, and creatives. We are thinkers and makers. How will we act on it? By strategically partnering across disciplines and the supply chain, by investing in our planet-centric technologies, regenerative and circular systems, biofabricated ingredients and materials. Innovation. Next-gen materials. Positive impact. Regenerative future. Our ongoing mission. Everloop.
So Everloop is a capsule collection of 6 next-gen materials that we've launched last month at the Premier Vision in Paris. And these 6 materials have been a combination of 6 different startups, as I mentioned earlier, that we had invested in through the PDS Ventures Fund and our sister company, Positive Materials, out of Portugal. And these materials are essentially providing these different alternative solutions for traditionally, impactful or high impactful, environmentally impactful materials. So just as a bullet point of what these materials are, so we have Amphico providing PAFS free Amphitex waterproof fabric, which is chemically much more compliant and better for the environment than your traditional waterproof fabrics that you have today. Packed with a leather-like material completely made out of natural collagen. Ponda, which has a BioPuff wadding, which goes into layers of products. Then BioFluff, which is a bio-based fur, as opposed to your traditional fur or fox fur. And Matera with regenerative cotton, and Nature Coating providing wood-based pigment for black pigment dyeing. So this is available today, produced today, and it is ready to be scaled up, and we see the potential of this having positive impact on material or low impact material. And that's something that I wanted to share that might spark interest of people who are in these particular areas of the industry to have conversations with us to see how we can incorporate this. Next one is the more interesting one, which has been running in our organization since 2021, and truly turning sustainability into profit, because this is always a conversation that has been debated throughout. How does sustainability turn into profit? So 2 specific programs that I want to talk to you about here. Again, companies that are part of our company, PDS. One is Yellow Octopus and the other one is Upcycle Labs. These are literally sister companies, facilities right next to each other. The 2 differences between the 2 companies is Yellow Octopus is focused around stock exits and take-back programs. What that means is manufacturers or brands who have leftover stock, we take that back, or if they have buyback programs. So currently we are running 2 of the largest buyback programs in UK with Primark and George. And we then use that as resales, or we funnel it towards Upcycle Labs, which is an upcycling program which turns fashion waste into products. So that's just an example of how that looks like. And the interesting thing is the patent pending technology that we use that not only can do recycling of fabrics, but quite a lot of materials that goes into the products, which is things like buttons, zippers, any other metal or wood products that come in part and parcel with the product. So the sorting becomes pretty negligent or unnecessary, and you can directly use that and convert that into a resin. And that resin can be molded into moldable products, such as you see here, which is a home deco or fittings that you see in like shops and stuff like that. And this is the facilities that we have. So this is something that I wanted to kind of touch on, which was discussed earlier in terms of having recycling at the source. So this is something we truly believe in. So we are working on post-consumer recycling, and our brands mostly are in the UK and European markets. So we've set up facilities in those regions, and these have been running since 2021 and 2022 respectively in Nottingham in UK and in Warsaw, Poland. And these facilities basically do what I mentioned earlier. So you get the post-consumer waste, whether it's buyback programs or stock overruns, and you sort that at the Yellow Octopus facility, and then you look at what are reusable programs, and then we resell that as pre-owned or pre-loved programs within our network of partners. And whatever cannot be reused, obviously there are certain garments cannot be used, that will go into the recycling and upcycling process. So it's truly a circular program that we are running, and again, something that we are scaling rapidly. And in the next few years, we are hoping to expand these facilities into the regions of Africa, India, the US, and working again on post-consumer recycling. So that's really something that we believe is today's opportunity for sustainable innovation in the form of materials as well as post-consumer buybacks and recycling and upcycling. So, just want to leave you with a few final notes in terms of the opportunity that is available today, and hopefully there's something new that you gain from that, and have conversations and have ideas that you might be willing to partner with us or partner with the companies that I mentioned here through PDS. And we truly believe that to scale, to see results of solutions, we have to scale, and for that we have to collaborate and work together. So that's really something that we are hoping that we can work on with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much on enlightening on the issue of future opportunities in sustainable innovation. We shall move on to a third plenary session, and it is on sustainable use of water in apparel sector, challenges, opportunities, and ways forward. In this session, highlight the urgent need for sustainable water management within the apparel sector. Our discussion aims to explore advanced solutions and policies that can strike a balance between economic growth, environmental conservation, and community well-being. This session shall be moderated by Emma Clark, the Senior Private Sector Advisor, WaterAid UK. And the speakers are Ashna Hogg, Director, Incredible Fashion Limited, Mr. Mustafiz Rahman, Climate and Environment Portfolio Manager, Embassy of Sweden, Professor Dr. Prushan Bhattacharya, Country Manager, ETI Bangladesh, Professor at the Department of Sustainable Development, Environmental Science and Engineering, KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, Qazi Mohammad Iqbal Hussain, Climate Action Lead, Global Supply Chain, Lindex. I request our speakers and the moderator to kindly grace the podium, and I leave the session now to the moderator, Emma Clark.
Hello. Aha, we have sound. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for being with us today. It's my great pleasure to moderate this session with a fantastic lineup of very insightful speakers. We hope to take you through a series of perspectives over the next half hour that will prove insightful, but also thought-provoking and motivational. So, I'm Emma Clark. I'm the Senior Private Sector Advisor for WaterAid. We are an international NGO. Our mission is that everyone, everywhere, should have access to clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene. In order to do that, we need water. It's a no-brainer. So, we need to work with others in order to do that in contexts where it's a challenge, like here in Bangladesh and in the apparel sector. So we've heard how important the apparel sector is for Bangladesh's economy and how significant it is for the growth of Bangladesh and for the apparel sector. But that is dependent on an increasingly challenged resource, particularly on groundwater. Now, the apparel sector in Bangladesh currently extracts 1.5 billion meter cubes per annum, which at a cost of £4 billion to extract. That's about 25% over extraction, so extracting more than is naturally replenished each year. And that means that the groundwater is falling by 2.5 meters a year. So if you combine an accelerated rate of falling groundwater levels with increased extraction due to the growth of industry and conflict with the decarbonisation agenda, you can see it's a big threat to business growth, to continuity, and to drinking water supply. Not to mention the contamination of surface water supplies through effluent. So our objective today is to elevate the conversation around sustainable water management in the apparel sector, to address the critical issues of groundwater depletion, environmental sustainability, surface water contamination, and how this impacts on the provision of wash facilities and improved wash practices. We want to galvanize stakeholders to recognize the importance of sustainable water usage and to collaborate on effective strategies to ensure the long-term viability of the apparel sector while safeguarding water resources and public well-being. So, with that, I will introduce our wonderful panel. Prashun Bhattacharya, Professor of Sustainable Development, Environmental Science and Engineering at the KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. Ashna Hug, Director of Incredible Fashions Limited. Oh, you changed spaces. Mustafisa Rahman, Climate and Environment Portfolio Manager for the Embassy of Sweden. Hussain, Climate Actions Lead, Global Supply Chain for Lindex. So each of our panelists will give a perspective on their part in this equation, and then we will look to combine and see where the opportunities are to collaborate going forwards. So firstly, Ashna, what are the water challenges facing factory owners, especially those with vertically integrated supply chains? And what is driving businesses like Incredible Fashions Limited to invest in sustainable water management?
Thank you, Emma, and thank you to the organizers. It's really an honor to be here. So unfortunately, as you've already highlighted, apparel production demands a significant amount of water consumption. The amount of water used by the industry is truly staggering. According to the IFC, the textile wet processing industry in Bangladesh consumes around 1,500 billion liters of water annually to process around 5 million tons of fabric, and much of this, of course, is extracted from groundwater sources. So one of our major challenges is around resource mapping. We know that there's a significant amount of groundwater depletion, especially in the industrial areas where, with high concentrations of textile wet processing units, but there's limited understanding about how much water is actually available to us. So this proves challenging because it's a threat to our long-term sustainability, as of course water is an essential resource for our business operations, and we're currently extracting it without consideration for this fact. Another challenge is that effective water management mechanisms require enormous investment. While there are many manufacturers that have either the resources or at least access to the resources to take on these initiatives, there are many that don't. Effluent treatment plants, or ETPs, are very expensive to purchase and install, but also very expensive to operate. However, the regulatory environment very rightfully demands use of these systems. So there's a significant opportunity here for a multi-stakeholder approach because this is a multi-stakeholder problem. For instance, options to expand centralized ETPs in industrial areas needs to be explored. So the reason at IFL that we've invested so heavily in sustainable water management is first because we really do believe in our responsibility to our workers, to our community and our environment. And secondly, we know and understand that it's imperative to the longevity of our business and the industry that we effectively manage the resources that our company relies on.
Thank you, Ashna. Incredible Fashions Limited has shown significant leadership by investing in sustainable water management and improved wash. Can you tell us a bit about the impact that this has had on your business?
Yeah, thank you. So from our perspective, there's a direct link between sustainable water usage practices and profitability. And as a result, it's an integral part of our business strategy. So we work on a project with our partners at Lindex and WaterAid to harvest rainwater for use in various operations around the factory. This, of course, reduces some of our reliance on groundwater sources, but also depending on rainfall, it allows us to recharge some of our groundwater aquifers. Last year, for example, we harvested over 2 million liters of rainwater and were able to recharge 540,000 liters of it. Additionally, some of the treated water is then made available to the community outside the factory. So access to clean water for our workers, their families, and the community at large is, of course, extremely important to their health and well-being. So when our workers' well-being is taken care of, we ensure less worker attrition, thereby less money is required to be invested to train the new workers, and a larger skilled workforce, and ultimately a more efficient and productive workforce, which positively impacts our bottom line. So the industry average worker turnover is about 10%, whereas IFL's is only 3%. And we attribute much of this to our social welfare projects. Sustainability initiatives have been a core part of our identity since we commenced operations. We were one of the country's first LEED Gold certified factories. This has allowed us to expand our business with an increasing number of partners and brands that share our vision. This has also given us a competitive edge in an arena where consumer demand for sustainable products is increasing, and of course, stricter legislation, such as the EU 2030 Climate and Energy Framework is being rolled out. Recently, there was a study published by the Wharton School of Business that stated that 62% of Gen Z shoppers prefer to buy from sustainable brands, and 73% are willing to pay more for sustainable products. So the trend in consumer behavior signifies a need for brands and suppliers to adapt in order to stay relevant.
Thank you. And having had the privilege of seeing the project the other day, it's really inspiring. But we need many more businesses to do the same. So how could similar investments be encouraged and scaled across other manufacturers?
So in addition to effluent management, manufacturers have to engage in water efficient investment. So this means purchasing and operating machinery that requires less water for wet processes and recycling as much of the treated wastewater as possible. For instance, they can invest in low liquor ratio dyeing machines. So these machines can reduce the amount of water required in dyeing from around 100 liters per kilo of fabric to 40 liters per kilo of fabric. So this means that they're also requiring less dyes and chemicals, which ultimately is reducing their production costs and improving profitability. Furthermore, the water used is largely from groundwater sources, which we know is quickly depleting. So by investing in equipment that uses less water, they're contributing to the long-term availability of an essential resource. This helps us to secure the sustainability of our industry and millions of jobs. That being said, the most important way forward for the industry is the adoption of zero liquid discharge or ZLD mechanisms. This means that there will be absolutely no wastewater released into the environment, and all the effluent will be treated and recycled. This will have an enormous impact on groundwater depletion and environmental degradation, especially to marine life. However, the ZLD system is extremely expensive, and I believe currently in Bangladesh, there's only one factory that has been able to begin operating it. So in order for manufacturers to be able to eventually realize a future where ZLD systems become the norm, we need policy-level interventions. In India, for example, some states have introduced regulations requiring manufacturers in certain areas to use those ZLD systems, but they've also provided the financial support in terms of grants and subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashna. So we've heard some perspective from the business, the factory level. So let's go to Iqbal, who has the challenge of managing the risk and resilience of water challenges across the supply chain for Lindex. Iqbal, what innovative approaches can mitigate business risk from water challenges and improve resilience throughout apparel supply chains?
Okay, thank you, Emma. The first point is that Lindex, we are a business organization. So we see water risks as a business risks, specifically through supply chain disruption. So we, as a brand, systematically analyze the risks of water or water-related risks, and we identified several key areas. One of the most critical one is that water-related conflict, risks of unavailability of water, or what I can refer as that the water scarcity, regulatory and reputational risks are some of them. So we wanted to address those risks or take appropriate action to mitigate those risks in well advance. So one of those actions are like create secondary sources of water. The rainwater harvesting plant or the system that we initiated or piloted at Incredible Fashions Limited is a step towards to finding an alternative sources of water. It can simultaneously help to conserve the groundwater, and it also help to just create a cultural changes that not fully dependent on primary water sources. And our next course of action was to ensure access to clean water and sanitation for the worker, which Ashna clearly explained the benefit. I don't want to go for the benefit. Rather, our aim was to create an example to show that there are some responsibility with the worker to help them to get clean water and sanitation, which ultimately help our business, Lindex as a business. And also we are in the process and it's continuously doing researches to find an innovative solution which require less water in the process, like waterless dyeing process, waterless printing process, recycling of water and wastewater. And there are ongoing researches going on to find a more innovative solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And we talked about the example that the WaterAid, Lindex, Incredible Fashions collaboration. How can clothing brands, factory owners, and technical solution providers collaborate to encourage sustainable water usage?
Thank you. Water is an universal resources. There are a lot of players with the water. So mitigating the challenges for an individual partner is quite impossible. It requires partnership from all parties, specifically the technology companies, technology suppliers. They are knowledge bank. They have the solution. The brands like Lindex, the fashion brands, we can promote those technology, help them to get the piloted those technology, to validate those technology, and then the factory owner, the manufacturers, they can use this technology. So, and it's an ongoing process. The technology don't come in a one day. A lot of innovations basically cannot succeed due to proper ground to pilot it, to test it, and then scale it up. So the partnership is required with all parties to identify the innovative tech solutions which can save the water, which can create more like water-free, water or water-dependent production. So these types of innovations, when we will promote this as a brand, as a supplier, then there are new technology will come. New technology will, the more people will feel interested to innovate. So I can clearly see there are huge opportunity for partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, how does sustainable use by factories support your global policies on worker well-being and WASH?
Lindex, specifically Lindex water strategy are very much in line with SDG 6. So access to clean water and sanitation is one of the prime area of SDG 6. And so the supporting the workers to get access to clean water and sanitation is fully aligned with Lindex sustainability goal and specifically water strategy. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for that. So let's now talk a little bit about the bigger picture and about the future. So Prushin, what's the picture for water resources in Bangladesh looking forward 10 years? And why is sustainable water management so critical for business resilience?
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hello, do you hear me? Okay, so water resource is very essential because, you know, Bangladesh is a water-rich nation. You know, we have water, I mean, every year we have severity of floods. So we have, I mean, water is not in extreme deficit, but yes, clean water is a deficit, right? So, I mean, we have huge pressure on groundwater use for drinking purposes, basically through several millions of tube wells, which we are actually using, consuming water daily in the rural households. But on the other side, when we talk about the industrial use, it has increased radically, especially in the apparel sector, which I was never ever been that much involved in. But now hearing today, it's really giving me a severe impetus of learning more about it and understanding the mechanisms. Like in Ghazipur, in the local area, where you find huge amount of water abstraction for this sector, where people are abstracting water and where the water quality itself is of paramount importance. So we talk about dyeing, and dyeing quality. It's not only dyeing, but even the dyeing and the fixation of the dye with the cotton fabric or different other artificial fabric. We heard in the morning about different types of fabrics, which were not nature-based fabrics and also man-made artificial fabrics. So we need to understand these mechanistic methods of how these dyes are actually fixed into these clothes so that you have a long-term sustainable production so that we can enhance the quality. So quality enhancement from Bangladesh should be one of the my clear messages, of course, that how do we really improvise our learnings on groundwater, hydrogeology, and these aspects into embedded to produce that better quality water. So that's one aspect. Second aspect is, of course, we talk about, when we talk about the garment sector or this apparel sector, we always think about effluent treatment. What bothered me, I did a very small scale study myself, and during the past week, I found that influent water is also equally important, which nobody talks about. I would like to encourage that we should look into the influent water, because the paper which we have been looking into, we're talking about water treatment prior to the dyeing, putting that water inflow to the dyeing for dyeing purposes. So we need to understand those aspects of what are this. And then what happens after that influent treatment? Where does that treated water go? So that those issues need to be addressed. Does it really go to directly to the environmental recipient? Maybe high saline water or high salt concentration getting into the soils, leading to additional contaminations. Bangladesh, of course, you know that it is one of the topmost arsenic-prone areas. So all the groundwater abstracted has, in many cases, in 90% of cases, has high arsenic. So that is actually being put into the environmental recipients, and that's really one of the important aspects. The problem of high groundwater arsenic leading to food agricultural sector, so in the soils enrichment. So there are those type of things which we need to look forward and work in close collaboration with the apparel sector. Thank you for this.
Thank you. So as you've heard, the challenges going forward are only getting more acute and more diverse. So what are the key emerging enabling technologies and approaches that can be deployed at the scale and the speed that we need to have measurable impact on water resources?
Well, I think there are, I mean, what we see, I mean, as an academia, I see that there are I mean, thousands of publications coming out, which means there are several researchers coming out on different removal techniques on different dyes. You talk about azo dyes, you talk about Congo red dye, you have, so may you name it and you have it. So that, those type of things. So there are technologies, but the question now is what sort of technology can be scaled and to what extent and how they are being commercialized, or what you say, made into, brought into practice in a way. So are we really comfortable with our existing techniques, or do we need improvements? And I think there is another aspect to understanding the use of membrane technology, which I would like to see, is it really feasible to have a membrane technology solution, because it energy, and then the membrane effluents are even much higher, concentrated effluents. Where do we discharge them? So these are some of the questions. I mean, and then we also think about that is the recycling process itself. So my concern here is that can we really retain the water which we have abstracted from the ground into the dyeing system? Can we retrieve that water and put it to the next cycle? Because that's something which needs to be thought about. I mean, when you talk about that LD, I was thinking about that. Why do we really waste that water and make into a thing instead of ZLD? Can we really make it into a we talk about circularity, cyclicity of that water. We try to consume so that we can reuse at least 75%. If you are not able to do 100%, 90%, I will still, let's have an objective now to put 75% as a cutoff to start with. That we use 75% of water and then add on as we require in the future. So that way of treating this thing. So that's the probable way forward into this aspect.
Great, thank you. So we've had there are some technologies emerging or available for treatment and for reuse. We've heard there's a business imperative to adopt these technologies. There are still some barriers.
And one of the important technologies one can think about here is also the use of biochars and the modern technologies which are coming up. So,
there's lots of technologies. But we could probably be here next week talking about technologies.
Yeah.
But for now, because we've only got a limited time, let's turn to look at the enabling environment or pivoting environments of policies. And we've heard already today about the increasing regulatory burden that's emerging out of the EU particularly. So Mustafiso, how can policy initiatives and regulations incentivize sustainable water usage practices in the apparel industry?
Thank you, Emma. First of all, I would say that water is a precious resource, and in other words, water is life. But people hardly recognize its importance. But the time has come to consider these resources in terms of climate change and depleting the groundwater. Now, if I consider how policy can be useful to use or to monitor the water resources, then I can say that in terms of apparel industry, I would say that there should be some standard regulation how apparel industry can use water in proper way, and what are the measure and what are the standards they will set to use the water in terms of groundwater issue, in terms of how they will. All I want to say is how they can use this water through their production process, and that water uses of water could be in sustainable way. So there should be some regulation and a standard procedure which will be followed by the relevant authorities so that industry can use the water resources properly. So there should be some standard mechanism and compliance mechanism as well. And second thing, I would say that there should be regulation wastewater discharge in the apparel sector. It is very important because I think that there is some regulation, but there is no proper enforcement of regulation how apparel sector can discharge wastewater into the water bodies, into other water bodies or into groundwater. because if we discharge this wastewater into the surface water and other water bodies, and those wastewater are not, I would say that if those water are not refined properly, and that could make environments more harmful. So how we can regulate this kind of things, that should be thought out. And third, I would say that there should be advocacy with the government and other stakeholders, so that everybody should have a common understanding how water resources is important and how these resources could be used in the apparel sector. I think these are the three issues which can be useful in terms of policy regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, what kind of bilateral development strategies and policies related to sustainable water use does the Embassy of Sweden propose that can be scaled towards the private and the RMG sector?
Thank you, Emma. In fact, Embassy of Sweden is working with different bilateral contribution with different UN organization, INGO, and even with governments on water issues. Now we are working with different organization on water issue that is very much traditional, how we can increase access to water, and how we can support the marginalized people to have access to the water. And there are other interventions which are related to increase the water infrastructure all over the country, so that people might have the access to the water. But now the thing is how this kind of contribution can be supportive to help the apparel industry, because this working modality have some common understanding and methodology, and because I would say that through our works we are trying to come up with some water pricing modeling, so that people, based on their ability, they can access to the water. So this kind of methodology, how we can use and how we can support the industry to see how they can come up with some modeling process, price modeling, so that they can be careful to use the water resources. And I would say that, and other thing is kind of, because through our works we are involving with different stakeholders, so how we can do advocacy with different stakeholders, so that these stakeholders can see how apparel sector can use water in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I think we are in the last moments. I'm not sure if we've got enough technology to be able to do questions at this point. I'm just looking to see if anyone's waving a microphone so we could open the floor. Yes. Have you got a mic? There's one coming.
Hi, my name is Mudit from a company called Ensinga. First of all, congratulations on implementing such a wonderful water management system in Incredible Apparels. So the question what I have is, now, other than a few early adapters and innovators in manufacturing have started implementing digitally capturing data-driven decisions, especially on sustainability. But the implementation towards the larger numbers is pretty slow, as we see, right? Like even like for an example, manufacturers who have ETP plants, they have not been investing on flow meters to capturing these data digitally. And sometimes they capture these manually and that data doesn't get used anywhere else. Now, if you look at the investment, with a very small investment, this can be started as a journey, right? Like as one of the gentlemen mentioned, it's a roadmap which you're looking at. So as an example, less than $5,000, you should be able to start monitoring and looking at the data where you need to change and where you need to start the initiative. But other than the top few manufacturers. Others have not taken that initiative simply because I felt the ROI cannot be justified in a proper way rather than the environmental impact. So is there anything which is just coming from a regulatory perspective on this, especially considering the groundwater lift, reconciliation on the ETP, and of course, water being gone into the water bodies?
You want to pick that one up? Thanks for your question. I think that automatically right now, collection of data is kind of being taken care of because, as I mentioned, the EU regulations that are going to be implemented by 2030 require a lot of the suppliers to be doing a lot more data reporting around sustainability issues.
Let me just complete one aspect which is important, that each country has its own regulatory framework. So, but for especially when we talk about the apparel sector, I mean, there is still some room for further improvements, bringing in more, different aspects of, especially if I see right now, we have not only the apparel companies, because there's a huge private scale business, private sector involvement, not only the houses, even the private sectors in local scale who are actually involved in dyeing. We in the entire Southeast Asian region, notwithstanding only Bangladesh. So there are, Tirupur is one of the very important landmarks from the textile perspective. So if you have those learnings from Tamil Nadu, Tirupur, we see that this has been a long-term involvement and policy issues. But still, there are some important issues need to be taken, especially involving this private sector. Some more capacity building is also important, which is not practiced in today's context. So we need to bring in these aspects, especially when we talk about further improvements, bringing change to the system. We need to involve this private sector in a more involved manner so that they can work in integration with the national stakeholders, the government, and other participants. Thank you.
I think that's our key to wrap up. Perfectly on time. Well, thank you everybody for your time today. Hopefully we've given you some ideas about how industry, INGOs, technology providers, and policymakers and academia can collaborate through advocacy and direct action towards more sustainable water management in the apparel sector. Thank you all.
Thank you to the moderator, the speaker, for a wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really running out of time for the next session, so we are off for just 10 minutes of tea break. Hope to see you all at 4:15. Thank you.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative. It's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere. So well done.
I see a number of people, new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
The project of gender equality and returns called GIA is very meaningful because this project will promote women's career progression opportunities and support entrepreneurs to increase productivity through skill development.
Why this is very, very important, all of you know this. আমাদের যে পটেনশিয়াল অনেক দিন ধরে যে ওয়ার্কারগুলো বিশেষ করে নারী শ্রমিকগুলো আমাদের সাথে কাজ করে তাদের জন্য কিছু একটু অন্যভাবে দেখা প্রয়োজন পড়বে।
We heard earlier the trajectory, the history of building the GEAR initiative, the collaboration that started by IFC. It then became a partnership with ILO, Better Work, and now it's back to Better Work to bring it forward in this sector.
We seek to work together in the future also such a kind of mission.
Today we are happy to celebrate the success of GEAR, which was the first critical step towards upward career mobility for women in garment factories. From the 2022-2023 class that recently completed the Better Work Gender Equality in Return program and the 25 graduates who are present here today, congratulations to you all.
How can we leverage, how can we expand these good lessons learned that we have heard up to now? We know this sector is the backbone of the Bangladesh economy, really down in R&D, has been so positive.
You need to think a bit about the implications of the ADC graduation for the industry in general first. So it was already mentioned before that Bangladesh will graduate from the UN list of least developed countries in 2026.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a very amazing pleasure to see mostly the graduate. And thank you so much for Mustafiz Bhai, BGMEA, our sponsors, USDOL, Korean government, and many other donors. Very happy to be.
No one knows where it comes from. No one knows what drives us forward. It's the fighting spirit that makes us fearless, determined, and unstoppable, even in the most difficult situation. Because as long as the spirit is alive, anyone can achieve anything. Nasreen Akhtar is an achiever. A girl from the northern Bangladesh, Nasreen never thought she could lead from the front. Being a trade union leader, she inspires change and stands for others.
বেবিলন গ্রুপে 6 বছর যাবত কাজ করছি। বেবিলন গার্মেন্টস শ্রমিক ইউনিয়নের দপ্তর সম্পাদক। শ্রমিকরা আমার কাছে সমস্যা নিয়ে আসে, তো আমি ওগুলো শুনি, ওদের সমস্যাগুলোর কথা আলোচনা করি। মিটিং এর মাধ্যমে আমি ওটা সমাধানের চেষ্টা করি। শ্রমিক মালিকের দুজনেরই সুসম্পর্ক বজায় রাখার জন্য, আর দুজনের সুসম্পর্ক বজায় থাকলে, কাজের পরিবেশ ভালো থাকলে কাজের উৎপাদন বাড়ে। কাজের উৎপাদন বাড়লে আমার মালিক ভালো থাকবে, আমার শ্রমিকও ভালো থাকবে। আসলে আমি বেটার ওয়ার্কের থেকে যে সাহায্যগুলো পাইছি, আমি ওই সাহায্যগুলা পাওয়াতে আমি শ্রমিকের সাথে বেশি মিশতে পারি। আবার ম্যানেজমেন্টের সাথে ওদের সমস্যাগুলো বুঝে আমি ওদের তাড়াতাড়ি সমাধান করে দিতে পারি। মালিক শ্রমিকের মধ্যে কিভাবে সুসম্পর্ক বজায় রাখা যায়, শ্রমিকদের আইনে কি বলা আছে সেটাও আমি শিখেছি। বেটার ওয়ার্ককে ধন্যবাদ জানাবো এজন্য যে ট্রেড ইউনিয়নদের যে ট্রেনিংটা দেয়, আসলে খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ একটা ট্রেনিং দেয়। আমার কাছে খুব ভালো লাগে।
Firoja Khatun is a winner. Being a mother to a newborn baby can be hard, harder than anyone can imagine.
আমি যখন প্রেগনেন্টি অবস্থায় থাকি, আমি ভাবছিলাম যে আমি চাকরি করতে পারবো না, চাকরি ছেড়ে যেতে হবে। এরপর দেখি আমার সুপারভাইজার
কি করবো এখন, মানে Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our next session. I request all of you to please kindly join in the hall room. Sustainable Apparel Forum, 5th edition. I would like to express our gratitude to our partners who have played a crucial role in making this event possible. Their commitment to sustainability is truly commendable. Thanks to our valued partner, Better Work Bangladesh, International Labour Organization ILO, International Finance Corporation IFC, METI, Ministry for Economy, Trade and Industry, Government of Japan for their support. We also have GIZ Bangladesh, WaterAid Bangladesh for their humble cooperation. Our next and the last 4th plenary session is on energy sustainability, navigating the transition for apparel and textile manufacturing in Bangladesh. We are really running behind time. I know many of you have still not inside the hall room. We are waiting for you eagerly. Please cooperate so that we can start the session on time.
Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, the largest private apparel initiative in Bangladesh, promoting sustainable growth in Bangladesh's apparel industry. Let's take a look back at our journey of 9 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show, serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform with the prime focus on facilitating green solutions and sustainable manufacturing. Denim Innovation Night, first ever denim-focused innovative fashion show, highlighting the capabilities of Bangladesh in innovative design. Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, the ultimate platform for discovery, networking, learning, providing the scope to learn about the cutting-edge development of apparel and textile industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, a platform that enables industries to apply circular economy principles and design circular solutions. Made in Bangladesh Week, one of the largest events focusing on the Bangladesh apparel industry. The week-long event focused on various aspects of our sustainable initiatives through various events like Dhaka Apparel Summit, Dhaka Apparel Expo, Green Factory visits, and so on, continuously striving to contribute to society, raise industry awareness, and demonstrate our focus on sustainability, circularity, and transparency. Our events have garnered huge attention from all over the world, attracting 85,000 plus national and international participants from 50 plus countries, 650 plus delegates, and 2,000 plus companies until now. Looking ahead, we will continue extending our reach beyond borders to promote the capacity and capabilities of our RMG industry, as we have done for 9 years. For us, the journey of revolutionizing the apparel industry of Bangladesh has just started. Join us and be part of the exciting future that we build together.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, welcome to your fourth plenary session on energy sustainability, navigating the transition for apparel and textile manufacturing in Bangladesh. This session focus will be on the dynamic landscape of energy sustainability, particularly in the context of apparel and textile manufacturing. As we navigate this transition towards a more sustainable future, this session will delve into key strategies, innovations, and challenges faced by the industry. The moderator for this session shall be Michael Claude, Project Manager, the Sustainability in the Textile and Leather Industry, GIZ. And the speakers are Mr. Nirod Chandra Mandal, Honorable Joint Secretary, Renewable Energy Power Division, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Mr. Nirod Chandra Mandal shall join online for this session. We also have as a speaker Ms. Sara Negro, Vice President of the Public Affairs H&M Group, Mr. Lakshmi Kant Javale, Regional Lead South Asia and Southeast Asia Apparel Impact Institute, Mr. Shofikul Alam, Lead Energy Analyst. I request the moderator and our speakers to please kindly alight on the stage. Our fourth and the last plenary session on energy sustainability, navigating the transition for apparel and textile manufacturing in Bangladesh. This session shall be moderated by Michael Claude. I request Michael Claude and all the speakers to please kindly grace the stage.
Now I'm audible. I think we can start. Good afternoon, everybody. It's fantastic that the last session of the afternoon is about energy. So we need to bring a bit of energy in the room as well. We will have a virtual connection as well. So I think that is being worked on, that this can work. And as you know, my name is Michael Claude. I'm from GIZ. So GIZ is an organization that organizes a lot of workshops and seminars. So we're very good in icebreakers. So maybe to raise the energy level a bit in the room, we can all shake a little bit our hands. Yes, please participate. We want to feel something. We want to be here in the room. And then we make a little fist, and then we touch our chin. So I didn't touch my chin, and if you didn't touch your chin, that made something of you. Probably you felt why, how, and at least you felt in the room here. So thank you very much for participating. All right, but we're talking about an equally dynamic topic, as the room suggests. First of all, thanks a lot to Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, Mustafiz and all the team that is organizing this. Farouk, Salahuddin, so much work done, and we're very happy to be in this room. And the day, from my perspective, has been very successful. In the morning, we heard Salman F. Rahman describe the interest of the government of Bangladesh to consider or work on processes that would enable proper processing of post-consumer waste. That is a very interesting thing to hear. Then we heard in the Better Work panel how social discourse was described as a pending issue. BGMEA reflected on that. And this is a super important aspect as well for a sustainable approach. So to not only look at the environmental, business or governance part, but also the social aspect of this industry. Then we heard about water. We had a breakout session on circular design, which showed us the connection with upcoming EU regulations, but let's say it's more a universal trend. We don't hear so many US-American standards in these kind of conversations. We are trying always to bring them also in the room. It's not that easy, but regulations internationally or domestically that will guide our industry as well. This connection of state, government, private sector, business, producers, buyers, and the rights holders, the workers, the community in general, is something that we always have in mind when we discuss sustainability topics. The panel of this afternoon will consist of hopefully virtually connected Mr. Niro Chandramondal, the Joint Secretary of Renewable Energy Power Division of the Government of Bangladesh. He is very busy in a different schedule, but he offered to connect virtually, which we appreciate a lot, and we are hoping that this can work. Then it's also our great pleasure to welcome Ms. Sarah Negro, Global Public Affairs Manager at H&M Group, and a well-known person about Bangladesh. And we are happy to have you here, of course, as well. Then Mr. Lashmi Kanjawale, Regional Lead South Asia and Southeast Asia of the Apparel Impact Institute. Thank you so much for being here. And last but not least, Mr. Shafiqul Alam, Lead Energy Analyst of the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, IEEFA, and whose article I have here in my pocket. So 2 days ago in the Daily Star, he already set a good scene of what we might discuss here as well. To approach energy for the Apparel perspective, I think as a general topic, it is related to the competitiveness of the industry for the global market. This can be described from two angles that refer to the role of the state, of the government and the administration. The grid stability, the certainty of the provision of energy, and the energy mix towards more climate neutral production processes. And underneath that is the industrial setting as such. So looking at energy efficiency and the off-grid solutions that many of the producers have installed. We know that in 2022-2023, less than 1% of the electricity generated in this country came from renewable energy power generation. We also know that the sole hydro plant that was built is already 50 years in service. Another example that was shared in the media a couple of weeks ago is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Master Plan that JICA consultants developed in 2016 with Streda, that included data submission, that included audits for large designated industries, and it's not being implemented. There are other obstacles from the perspective of the implementation of the energy system, but there's also the general framework that a study from 2021 by Standard & Chartered described when suggesting that 78% of the multinational corporations might remove suppliers that will impede carbon transition plans by 2025. So there is a pressure from the system as such, but it's also from the business perspective an horizon of competitiveness where a proper strategy to work on carbon transition, including energy, is to be addressed. Do we have Mr. Niro Chandramondal available right now?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. A very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for your time. We don't see you, but we hear you very well.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may, based on what I have started to describe, could you maybe connect and describe any plans, ideas, or implementation processes to extend the renewable energy contribution to the grid? What plans are there in the government?
Thank you, Mr. Michael Claude. Am I audible?
Yes, very good.
Yes. My co-panelist, distinguished participant, very good afternoon to you all. Before starting my speech, I make a correction, which is deliberation from Michael Claude. It is 1% of renewable share. It's a little bit correction. It is 4%, not 1%. Current renewable energy generation capacity is more than 1200 megawatt. You can see in the SEDA website. And today's topic is energy sustainability, navigating the transition for apparel and textile manufacturing in Bangladesh. Energy sustainability. Everybody know that Bangladesh achieved 100% electrification in 2022. And our vision is to access to quality and reliable electricity in a cost-effective and affordable manner. This is very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal 7, that is ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy for all. And if we want to make the power system sustainable, we have to include more renewable energy in our energy mix. And in present energy mix, most of the electricity generated from gas, more than 50%. Then coal, about 30%. And some diesel and some HA power plant. And 4% I mentioned already, that is 4% from renewable sources. If we want to make the energy sector sustainable, I already mentioned that we have to increase our renewable energy generation. Dear moderator, you mentioned about the grid stability. Grid stability, what vision is reliability. What can we can say? You know, the renewable energy potential in our country, most of the renewable energy are invariable in nature. We have only one baseload renewable energy power plant, that is hydro power plant, capacity of only 230 megawatt. You already mentioned that this is constructed 50 years, constructed 60 or 65 years ago. How can we make the power sector sustainable, energy sector sustainable? You also know that our Honorable Prime Minister expressed her vision in COP26. That is, we hope to have 40% of our energy from renewable sources by 2041. And keeping mind in this vision, which is expressed by our Honorable Prime Minister, we have already formulated some policies. That is, one is Mujib Prosperity Plan, Climate Prosperity Plan. And you also will be happy to know we are in a final stage to amending our renewable energy policies. And power energy and integrated energy and power master plan already approved by the government, though it is a dynamic document. In this master plan, many advanced technology which is addressed in the master plan, but this is not now a technologically commercially viable situation. In master plan, there is high ambition in hydrogen and ammonia, and also a small nuclear modular reactor. But we have a in-house plan to fulfill the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. I mentioned that our renewable energy generation capacity is only 1200 megawatt, and you will be happy to know our approved and under construction project, more than 50 projects already approved by the government and under construction. The capacity is about 4,000 megawatt. You also will be happy to know our pipeline project, which government preliminary approved the project, and this project this project are in different stages. This project is about 80 projects, the capacity of more than 8,000 megawatt. The total project under consideration, some are in the pipeline, some are in the approval already completed. The total renewable energy project we are processing is more than 12,000 megawatt. And you will be also happy to know that we have formulated a solar irrigation roadmap with the assistance of Asian Development Bank. That will replace about more than 2 lakhs diesel operated pump by 45,000 solar irrigated pump. And by this process, we also will be able to generate 1 gigawatt of renewable energy, solar energy from this system. We have the plan, and we have the cooperation with regional organization like International Solar Alliance, International Renewable Energy Agency, as well as ESCAPE, BIMSTEC, BBIN. And we are late starter of energy transition, but we have huge plan. We have the renewable energy potential, but it is unfortunate that we could not able to assess the renewable energy potential. This is our drawbacks. Now we are assessing how much potential we have. You will also happy to know that based on our EUI, International Solar Alliance they are processing, they are assisting us to formulation a solar roadmap for 2024 to 2041. And you'll be also happy to know International Renewable Energy Agency, they are assessing our renewable energy potential. And they already engaged the international consultant as well as local consultant. International ISA also engaged the international firm for assessing our solar potential. And IRENA already engaged international consultant as local consultant for assessing our renewable energy potential. We will able to finalize these two documents by the end of this year or the first quarter of the next year. After getting these two documents, we can identify our potential, and based on the potential, our proper planning can be done. And before that, we have some study regarding onshore wind, offshore wind, waste to energy, and solar. We have the solar data around the in international data as well as in-house data. We have the potential, but one limitation is there. You, dear honorable moderator, already mentioned the grid stability. That is the question of grid stability. We also in this contest we also requesting IRENA to do the feasibility study. Principally, they have IRENA approved. They support us to do the feasibility study. If we do the feasibility study, able to do the feasibility study, that we can understand how much renewable energy can be injected in our existing grid, or how can we address that mass of renewable energy for grid stabilization. And of course, presently there are some solutions to stabilize the grid. battery storage system, lithium battery storage system price is gradually downward. And we are now planning for incorporating our renewable energy with the storage system so that we can stabilize our grid. That is for stabilization. And we have some regional cooperation. You know, in South Asia region, there are huge hydro potential. In South Asia, Southeast Asia, we have the about 350 gigawatt of hydro potential. You also will be happy to know we have that cooperation. We are the cooperation with the neighboring country India, Bhutan, Nepal, and we are importing some power from India. That is about more than 1,000 megawatt, and we are the final stage to import about 50 megawatt of hydropower from Nepal. Power purchase agreement, something in the final stage. It will take 2 or 3 months. Then we can import from hydropower from Nepal. That will create a great opportunity for us. Also, we are in the process of importing those renewable energy power. We are in the processing in the importing. That will be baseload power plant. That is renewable baseload power plant, and that will increase our renewable energy, more renewable energy inclusion in our grid. And some private organization from they proposes us they supply the round-the-clock renewable energy in our country. Some Indian company, I can mention the Renew India, Adani Group, GMR, they are proposing us some proposal with me. They supply round-the-clock renewable energy in our country. And we are exporting all the issue. And I hope with the assistance of the international organization and development partners, as well as the international organization, we will be able to achieve this transition. But in this transition process, there are huge investment is required to achieve this transition. This is the International Institute of Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, some panelists from this organization. They have a study. They study based on the without storage, only renewable energy generation. If they assume that we have to generate 25,000 megawatt of renewable energy by 2041, they assume that the investment is required about $30 billion for this transition. I hope with the assistance or cooperation of the neighboring country as well as development partner as well as the international organization, we will able to reach this target, which our Honorable Prime Minister expressed. The generation mix will be sensed and power sector will be sustainable. Thank you, co-panelists. Thank you, respected participant. Thank you for present here.
Thank you so much for this overview. At the end, we even saw you. That was very nice. If I may just have a follow-up question before you have to leave, would it be a good space for you to wish something from the business and private sector community? Is there any way that the private sector community can support the plans, regulations, and strategies that you described?
The pipeline project and project under construction and approved, almost 80% sponsored from private sector. Almost 80%. They are very much involved in our power sector, with our power sector. Understand?
Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much. If you have still time, please keep connected so that we can.
If any question from a participant, I can answer. No problem.
Great. Then I would go to Ms. Sara Negro, Global Public Affairs Senior Manager at the H&M Group. As I sketched before, there is a pressure within the global corporations to fulfill certain targets, and not everywhere, and also not in Bangladesh, it seems very tangible that this can happen in the near future. What does that mean for your discussions, for your advocacy, for your plans, for your implementation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is absolutely a very relevant question and particularly urgent in terms of the need of addressing it. Of course, many international companies have ambitious targets when it comes to the adoption of renewable electricity and renewable energy in general. But these days, in addition to our own ambitions, we also feel the pressure from several legislations that are upcoming in the European Union that will make definitely much more difficult for us to retain competitiveness in a market like Bangladesh if we cannot find structural solutions for some of the energy issues that we see. And when we talk about structural issues, we refer definitely to something that will address the systems constraints that we see in Bangladesh, for instance. I think we need to be extremely clear, we need to be extremely direct in addressing the problem, and we need to recognize that some of the interventions, some of the levers we are using today will not be enough to make us move to where we need to be very soon. Some of the levers we've been using has been mostly happening in the dialogue and in the negotiation with our suppliers, where we have, of course, encouraged and supported them to move towards energy efficiency, something that you were mentioning correctly before, but also towards, for instance, the introduction and the extensive use of solar panels. Now, we need to be objective. We need to understand that these will not be enough. There is no way that with these levers we will be able to make the transition we need. So we need to move towards systems that will be much more impactful. And we know that the government is very well aware of this. I think we have had very, very fruitful collaborations and negotiations, dialogue with the government. We have seen the efforts already put into some of the policies. We are just hoping to have even more. And what this could be, we believe that it's very important that we need to have a more generation of renewable electricity. After all, if there is no more generation, how can we procure it, right? I think this is really a supply-demand kind of conversation, and I think we need to approach it, first of all, in terms of the supply. So in order to stimulate more generation of renewable electricity, I think that many experts are pointing us in the direction that we needed to have a reform around the corporate power purchase agreement. And this is a reform that definitely cannot be taken lightly. It is something that the government has responsibility over and needs to be, assessed and considered carefully for the many implications it will have for the economy, but that we see as a very important pivot for us to be able to do more. So with the corporate power purchase agreement, private actors will be able to generate renewable electricity. I'm oversimplifying this conversation now in this audience and in this occasion today, but private actors will be able to generate renewable electricity, and therefore private actors will be able to buy it. And the suppliers, the manufacturers in Bangladesh will be the off-takers, and this will generate much more opportunity for private actors to also participate into the generation. A key element here, I'm just going to put this forward right away, is that we also need to build a system that is credible, transparent, solid enough for international stakeholders to take notice that actually the off-takers, so the manufacturers in Bangladesh, have now the possibility to procure the renewable electricity. This basically means to have a solid system of energy attribute certificates. The way the world is actually, keeping track and accountancy of what kind of renewable electricity is used. This is what we see as the next important thing we need to work towards together, find a solution for this that is actually, of course, suitable for this market, for this economy, but that will have an incredible importance for the next year's competitiveness of the country. And we think that we have skin on the game. So this is why you have seen us operating in this space, also announcing investments directly, because we really would like to show that we are part of this conversation, that we need to have this conversation, and also willing to play our role in it.
Thank you so much. So corporate PPAs as a strategy forward as well. Maybe I come to Lashmi Kanjawale from Apparel Impact Institute. And
Mr. Claude.
Yes, please.
Before leaving, I want to share some progress regarding the corporate PPA, and which is mentioned in Sarah. And some questions is some issue related to me. I give some clarification, then I enter leave.
Please.
Can I?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
We are working on formulated corporate PPA template, and USAID and government of Bangladesh. We had several meetings, and some idea and some critical issue is there, and addressing all the issue. USAID is trying to submit a final draft to the power division, and after submitting the draft, we will share the stakeholders, that is garment sector, apparel sector. From getting their intervention, I think we will be able to finalize our corporate PPA. But there is a complex, I already mentioned, in Bangladesh, all of the renewable sources in variable nature, no baseload power plant. So when a private sector want to make establish a renewable energy power plant like solar power plant, and a manufacturer cannot directly procure this renewable energy. This manufacturer as well as producer have to use our grid. And other critical issue, all of the IPP project owner, those who are under construction or we approve the project, government give them the sovereign guarantee. The power plant life is 25 years. Government give them are giving the guarantee. Government will procure the renewable energy for 25 years as much as this producer will generate from this power plant. There is a complexity. A private industry owner, they will not able to give this guarantee for 25 years as they will procure this renewable energy from this producer. That is some critical issue. We are addressing critical issue. And also, how can we give the green certificate for the industry owner? We are trying to formulate both the issue. Hopefully, we will be able to reach to finalize the issue, but there are some critical issues where we are trying to address all those issues. Thank you.
Mr. Nira Chandramona, thank you so much for your words and for your participation and making time in your busy schedule.
Thank you, everybody. I want to leave now with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. Now coming to your assessment, Mr. Lashmi Kanjawale, first of all, thank you again for being here. After doing this very interesting communication over corporate PPAs, I wanted to share the example of the building code that says that over 7 or 8 stories, you need to build some photovoltaic elements in the rooftop, and then the developers put them there, and sometimes they are not even connected to anything. Sometimes they're just used for the emergency doors or emergency stair lights. So there is a chance. There are different stakeholders. How do we bring incentives to the floor that allow all involved partners to move forward?
It's a tough question actually. But if you see from the facility point of view, when it comes to the decarbonization whole apparel sector, so when all it started with the energy efficiency first, because it's even if you use a renewable energy, you have to do it, because otherwise it's a wastage of the things. So it started with energy efficiency journey, And for that matter, AI is also in that journey with our Clean by Design program. So we are running a cohort in Bangladesh right now and expecting almost like 10 to 20% of energy reductions or energy like GHG saving from that project. That was one, but you are rightly said this is not sufficiently as previously pointed out, and all are moving to the solar right now because it's a more mature solution available. Still, there are a lot of limitation for the solar, but yes, facility can go in partial for brand or for to at least have some percentage of renewable energy in their portfolio. So they installing the rooftop solar. So for that matter, rooftop solar, there are a lot of limitations. Space constraint is there, building stability is there. We are also doing one project with GIZ, as you know, that the feasibility study for the rooftop solar. So all these matters are coming, and we see that when it comes to the deployment of complete like say sector decarbonization. So I also consider that rooftop solar is not a complete solution, and even on-site availability of the energy or on-site generation of the energy through renewable resources is not possible. So we have to move outside to the premises, somewhere where it can be land availability is there and it can possible, and it can be go through the again PPA. I am also in favor of that one because that's the only option right now most feasible. I can see for the Bangladesh perspective where you can cater the requirement of facilities they're demanding, and that demand can be generated or that demand can be fulfilled through these things. But again, there are, as he said, a lot of development needs to be done. Grid stability, transmission, distribution, generation is not a problem then, but connection to the facility or minimizing the losses through the transmission. So all these things need to be taken care of. So whole, I think, ecosystem need to be developed. It's not like only focusing in one area and one direction we are doing. So that's whole system. We have to work it and find it out how we can create or generate the renewable energy and cater to the on floor to the facility level. That's what I feel.
Great, thank you so much. Let me go to Mr. Shafiqul Alam, Lead Energy Analyst of the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. You were just sharing informally before the session the good news, the data that you find regarding energy efficiency. Maybe we can start from there, and then you can also react on the inputs from the Joint Secretary.
Thanks, Michael. Distinguished panelists, respected participants, a very good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Regarding energy efficiency, so if I look into the data of the industry sector's contribution in real GDP term at constant prices, based on BBS, Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics data, in last 4 to 5 years, the sector's contribution has significantly increased in last 4 to 5 years. On the other hand, during the same period, number of industries have also significantly increased. At the same time, the grid electricity consumption of this sector has not increased significantly. And also, especially in last 2 to 2 years, government has not been able to supply gas to the level required, both for captive generation and also for industrial process. That, in fact, has actually been reduced in last year by 10 to 15%. So the growth and also contribution to the GDP, on the other hand, less energy consumption, both in terms of electricity and gas. So this provides significant evidence that our industry sector has been significantly energy efficient over the years. And this is also because of, you know, the different development agencies have been conducting, targeted programs, including energy efficiency. On the other hand, government also developed that energy efficiency and conservation master plan, which also have the compulsion to do energy audits, although it has not been yet done. Industries are not yet submitting report, not all industries, but still, because of all this system and also the availability of, although limited funding in the Bangladesh Bank Green Refinance Scheme, but that is the cheapest funding available in Bangladesh in terms of investment. So given all those factors and industry, many of the industries, those are very smart industries, they actually invested a lot. So because of all this, actually energy efficiency has increased. And now if I come to that part, in terms of energy price, competitiveness, and the way we are projecting the sector. So in fact, low price, I must say, and I think all audience, they will also agree that cheaper energy that has significantly contributed to the development of our industry sector, particularly garments, textile. We are the representatives that are here, they will also agree. So once both electricity and gas were very cheaper compared to our comparable countries with whom we compete. But in last 2 to 3 years in particular, energy price has significantly increased in quick succession. So even the recent price hike in 3 round of price hike in 2023 and this year, just government, it has approved retroactively from 1st February. So if we calculate that, we see that more than 25% electricity tariff has increased, particularly for the industries that falls under up to 5 megawatt sanction load category. So I'm talking about that. Even beyond that, their electricity price has also increased by around 26-27%. On the other hand, last year in January, gas price hike was roughly around 150% for captive generation. So significantly, government has increased this price in last 1.5 years. So that has significant impact on the competitiveness. And if it is more when we see the data of Vietnam. I was just checking yesterday, and I saw that last November, their electricity price of different categories of industries was ranging from Taka 7.2 to Taka 8.3 or 8.5, if I'm not doing any mistake in my math. So compared to that, currently these industries belong to up to 5 megawatt sanction load. Their tariff is 10.88 in local currency terms. So that means it is already 20 to 25% expensive compared to Vietnam. So there is the competitive issue I can see. And then if I look into the captive generation, that is also a bit quite significantly expensive compared to 2022. Now, what options they have? So that is also we need to think about. So yes, our esteemed speaker, he mentioned about rooftop solar. Of course, rooftop solar is one of the options. Smart industries and good industries, they have already implemented. I have also data that they are doing also good. And in terms of, since the tariff has been revised a couple of times, now this rooftop solar has quite a compelling economic case for them. It will be even more compelling because the government will have to increase based on the purchase and selling gap of the grid generation. So government will, over the next 1 or 2 years, will again adjust the price. So based on that, this rooftop solar system will be even financially more attractive for them. But one caveat is, government has a limit of 70% cap. So some industries may have more space, some may not, but government can, if government remove that cap, so some industries can even implement up to 100% of their sanction load. So that will eventually contribute to their, clean energy contribution to their whole portfolio. So that will also help reduce their GG emission a bit more, but that will not be enough. But that is one part. And the way price is increasing, and in the future will also increase. So some industries, I feel, may consider about battery storage for their rooftop system as well. Because the rate at which it is increasing, and given that government has signed the contracts for grid scale solar energy, so that is at 9.9 cents, so that is very expensive. So if we compare with that tariff, so next few years, probably rooftop solar with battery storage will be financially viable for them. Not right now, with the higher tariff and the trend of battery storage that is coming down. Maybe in 2026, 27, that will be financially attractive for them. And then obviously corporate PPA, that is an option. I have not properly evaluated that private power sector power generation policy, private sector power generation policy, but I have checked and I found that, okay, if the power producer has the client, so that is what it was mentioning in the document, if the power producer has the client to sell that, so they can do that. But I have to again revisit that, the whole process. But I feel there should not be any problem. But there might be one problem related to the distribution utilities. So they will charge a tariff. So definitely wheeling charge, that will be there. So that will probably based on the negotiation and other things. But that would be a good option, because if IPP projects can deliver, our renewable energy sector, not only, now, in future will also probably dominated by IPPs. So in that sense, there should not have any conflict between this model and that model. So that can help. And even then, I would say this captive generation still remains economically and financially attractive to industries, despite all those tariff adjustment and everything, because still the industries with having highest efficiency, highly efficient generator, their cost is still very cheap, way cheap than the grid electricity. So considering all those, I see that in the immediate future, captive generation has a role. Their rooftop has significant role. Corporate power purchase agreement, that has a role. But we must not forget about energy efficiency. Industries have done really well in the last 5 to 6 years, 7 years, but there is still untapped potential, because I have analyzed data of 40 to 45 industries in last 4-5 weeks. So, I directly discussed with them. And so I found that roughly 50% of the industries, just over 50%, they have already implemented waste heat recovery boiler. But the remainder have not yet. Some of them have a plan, but some are not, have not yet taken any plan. So if we consider that there is the potential also to reduce consumption, that means the target H&M has. Again, only a fraction of the industries are using engine water, jacket water for cooling tower or chiller from that 45 industry data, because there I see roughly around 200 captive generators within that, inside that 45 industries. So if that can be used, there is also the significant energy saving potential. And given that the way gas price has increased, I think industries will also find it financially lucrative. So yeah, I think both renewable energy, including decentralized system, grid, and then energy efficiency, all will have significant role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very impressive. So maybe for both Mr. Jawale and Ms. Negro, decarbonization as a strategy, as a path is one thing, but specific, let's say, costs, reactions based on carbon border adjustment mechanisms or other systems that will make the product more expensive if it is produced with a high level of energy. Leads me to the question, do we have any experiences from this region or from other places that we could look into to see how, under similar circumstances, governments, countries, sectors have anticipated these processes? I don't know if you could share something from any of the neighboring countries, how they try to decarbonize the energy mix in a successful way.
Okay, so my experience is currently with energy efficiency, as our projects are widely working in China, Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, India region, and even in South America region. So if you see from that point of view, there not that much efforts. If at all you need an investment, whatever the identified action plan is there, that will be returned back in maximum 18 months. That was our aim of our program. So I consider that is only a short investment, and you will get payback in 18 months maximum. And most of the other energy efficiency practices are that based on the maintenance practices. So which facility can do with just their team, and they don't have to invest that much for any kind of instrument, something like that. So for that matter, I see that if at all investment is required, that is again a payback is possible, and if at all the maintenance is required, that is in-house available. So energy efficiency can be easily done, but for the rooftop solar point of view, I see little bit challenges for facilities to get the financial backing to install, because identifying the capability and doing the assessment study, that's fine. But then when it comes to the actual installation of the rooftop solar, and then the payback time is maybe 5 years, and sometimes it may happen that facility don't have that priority right now. They need to go for the expansion of the facility. They need to go for the increase in production. So that in that way, some challenges is faced in installation of the big investment projects. But for energy efficiency, right now, going with smoother and smoother things. And in future, we will be also coming with the sustainable finance, blended capital sustainable finance thing. So that strategy is under development. So once that is available, then I am pretty sure that it will be helpful for the facilities to not only take the decision, but directly implement and get that particular reduction from their facility.
Thank you.
Talking about best practices and what we have learned by doing a little bit of an assessment also in other countries. Well, what we found out is that, for instance, in India, the power purchase agreements are readily available for our suppliers. And this has contributed over time in a period span of around 8 years to actually a stabilization of the price of electricity and the decline of the price of electricity. Because basically when you inject more competition into the energy market, that is actually one of the foreseeable actually impacts that you could expect. And we have actually seen it materialize in India for our suppliers. So this is definitely something that we can consider, knowing that, of course, every market is different, right? So we need to find the right policy solution that is actually suitable for the characteristics of every market. I think that the next frontier will be in terms of, again, looking at best practices and looking at how we can use the finances that are already available. I think the next frontier will be to have a very well thought through reflection on how we make use of the subsidies and the financing lines that are already available in Bangladesh. The question is, are they directed at the best possible outcomes, or can we find solutions by which we do not change the quantity of the subsidies, but we maybe direct them into areas that would make more impact? We have heard that there are already subsidies a lot into the energy market. Some of these are maintaining, subsidies for the players in the energy market in Bangladesh. I wonder if some of those subsidies could be considered to be moved towards the new frontiers. The new frontiers for us is the electrification. After all, there is no sustainable systemic solution when you look at thermal energy. Thermal energy can only be produced in a few ways, none of them really sustainable, none of them with a very low carbon intensity. So if we want to change these processes that have a very big contribution into the GHG emissions overall, we need to electrify those processes. And for electrification, we are all very aware there are needs for financing because the process will not be easy. There will be a few steps. So we're already engaging, of course, in this area, also here in Bangladesh with pilots and experimenting technologies. We are doing the same in other production markets. I think that we are really keen to have the conversation whether whenever we have proof of concept, if we can find ways for having a collaborative conversation with the government and see how we can join forces for this that is really the next frontier for all of us.
Thank you very much. We have 7 minutes left, so if there are any pressing questions from the audience or wishes to participate in the conversation, please identify yourself. If not, I will also request bestseller to share their experience. There is a hand. Could we maybe facilitate a microphone? Please briefly introduce yourself, and if you have a question, direct it to one of the panelists.
Hi, thank you very much for the lovely presentation for all the panelists. My name is Vidura Ralapanawa. I represent Epic Group, which is a large manufacturer based out of Hong Kong, but large facilities here. So I think there are 2 points that I wanted to make on this.
Can you maybe speak up a little bit?
Sorry, 2 points I wanted to make out of this. One is that if you take something like energy attribute certificates or renewable energy certificates, these are not solutions that actually change the emissions in any country. I'm not saying it. This is said by the team that is appointed to review the GHG protocol rules. There's a publication in Nature. So one of the things when we are talking about energy transition, we need to step away from these type of solutions and ask what is actually transforming the overall energy equation in the country. So this is, I think, point 1. And the second point is really around policy. I understand the kind of urgency to talk about power purchase agreements, but I think there are a lot more policy incentives that we can actually work on in Bangladesh that will fast track energy transition. So for example, quite a lot of the material that we need for energy efficiency, we have to import, and that comes with very, very heavy duty. So that duty variation, that's something that we can work on. For example, BEPSA zones doesn't allow renewable energy net metering. So I think we need to have a more robust conversation about what policy can support this transition. I think there is a tendency to look at shortcuts, and to me, the hard work is what you said, is really starting from energy efficiency, because that will make a fundamental change in this country and economies of the factories that we are there. Third point, and this is the last, I think we need to have an honest conversation about how to finance the transition. If you think about this industry and any target that we have placed for 2030, I don't think businesses in this country can sustain it, and if that money is coming from abroad, whether the economy can handle it. How do we finance this transition? Where is the money coming from? Can we take foreign currency debt into this country to fund that transition? And the answers are no. From a side of the manufacturers, and this is part of the problem, because we assume that energy transition will be completely and will be funded by manufacturers taking debt. This industry, these manufacturers currently cannot take so much debt to meet any of these targets, whether it's energy or whether it's water. So one of the things that I suggest that we do is that we have to have honest conversations about the sustainable transition. What does it take? How much money is it going to take? How is that money coming in? How is that money going to be spent? If we don't do that, we are just talking above the surface. And what we do will stay above the surface as talk and not as action.
Thank you very much. Points well taken. I think, and Mr. Shafiqul Alam maybe can react to that as well. It's also difficult, I'm not an energy expert, but it's also difficult for the energy sector in Bangladesh to balance the current, let's say, survival mode with a proper transitional strategy.
Okay, thank you. If I properly understood your points. So in relation to first, I'm coming to the energy efficiency part. So yeah, for that, eventually we need a systematic process. So the thing developed by SREDA, in fact, I was also part of that in developing the energy audit regulations in 2016. At that time, I was with GIZ. It was later approved in 2018. So the government has to enforce that, right? And has to do that periodically the energy audit should be there, and government also need to monitor that. As Joseph Stiglitz said, if you don't monitor the right thing, if you don't, you cannot do the right thing. So if I said that properly, so here it has to be a proper enforcement and also proper monitoring process. Otherwise, you cannot ensure energy efficiency. And regarding the energy transition finance, so if we think it from another dimension, if we find money for all LNG based and other fossil fuel based money for other LNG and fossil fuel based projects, so definitely we will have money for renewable energy. And if we look into the financial landscape across the globe, the money available, most of the money, a significant part of that is available for clean energy. But multilateral agencies like ADB, World Bank, they have, they are not going to finance anymore this coal, for example, or LNG. So even if we don't consider that, we need to look into the balance sheet of our power sector. We can see that significant financial deficit every year. Let's say last year it was 50,000 crore. That means it's a 5 billion, close to $5 billion. So if that is the case, we can gradually redirect money to the clean energy to make the loss in that portfolio. So we can do that. And of course, I agree, we should have a conversation, honest conversation, clear conversation for this energy transition. Policymakers, experts, private sector, even every stakeholder should have their stake. So I do agree with that. While government has approved the IEPMP, Mr. Nirod Chandra Mandal, probably, if I don't probably rightly pronounce his name, he also mentioned that it's a living document. So that means there is the opportunity for making amendment correction in the coming years, because he also mentioned that he also doesn't find some of the technologies mentioned in that plan financially viable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No sound. It just went to 0000. So we were fantastically on time. If there is no other pressing urgency, I would yes, please. You have the last word of the Sustainable Apparel Forum 2024.
Actually, my question is for more relevant to Mr. Mondal, but right now he is not available, but I think Mr. Alam can answer my question. You know, in Bangladesh, there is a guideline regarding installation of rooftop solar. It's called the net metering guideline. According to this guideline, a factory or organization can install 70% of their sanction load. For example, if a factory has a potential to install around 2 megawatt, but their sanction load is say 1 megawatt, in that case, they only install around 700 kilowatt. So my question is that this guideline is contradictory to our target, like increasing the renewable energy in our energy mix.
Thank you for the question. So I will not discuss whether it is contradictory or not, but the thing is, in our study, we have time and time again substantiated that this is a economically beneficial proposition if government lifts that cap. Because with more rooftop solar, what will happen? Government will be able to reduce its fossil fuel import. Because during the peak hours, government is using expensive well-fired power plants. So those are diesel and furnace well. With rooftop, what will happen? It is a double dividend. One is industry will reduce its cost. On the other hand, government will be able to reduce its import, this expensive oil import. So it's a double dividend for that. And I came to know from Rabbi Bhai that government is considering that. So probably government will lift that cap. Thank you.
That is a promising information to end with. I thank you very much, dear panelists. Again, to the organizers, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, and also to our partners, ILO Better Work, WaterAid, and GIZ. Thanks a lot. And now I hand over to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Michael, for spontaneously handing the moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all from the Energy Sustainability Navigating the Transition for Apparel and Textile Manufacturing in Bangladesh. We are now moving towards the closing remarks, and to do that, I now request Mr. Dr. Vidhura Ralapanave, the Executive Vice President, EPIC Group, Member, Board of Director at Sustainable Apparel Coalition, to wrap up the whole day event with the expert comment from the industry leaders.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me start by thanking Mostafis and the Bangladesh Apparel Exchange for setting up this fantastic event. As usual, we come here every year, and every year the conversations are different. It's evolved, and it's moving forward. Especially, I like the fact that we have government, factories, brands, NGOs, as well as trade unions on stage. I think the launch of the Recycled Exchange is a fantastic initiative, again, spearheaded by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. And I think one of the sessions is this nuanced conversation about gender and working. We have, for a longest time, spoken about sustainability at a very high level, thinking about high-level solutions. But in my understanding, a lot of the solutions at high level fail at execution because we don't go into the ground and talk about what's actually happening on the ground and how it matters to people. So I think this is a good thing that we had, because implementing a gender program requires a very good understanding of culture and context. And if you do that outside that domain, it will fail. I just want to step back and celebrate a little bit about Bangladesh before we conclude. I mean, Bangladesh is a classic global case study how apparel industry actually transformed the country, leading it towards a path of development. It actually did a huge amount of work for women's empowerment, because the biggest empowerment you can do for women is putting money in their hands. It also is a remarkable case study because how the country came out of the challenges it had with Rana Plaza and became a global best case study on building life and safety areas using Accord and Alliance. But there's a flip argument. Quite a lot of the brand partners that we have in this industry actually transform their business because of Bangladesh's apparel manufacturing capability. Now, for that, we owe a lot of thanks to the people of this country, to the government of this country, to the business of this country, and we forget a lot of the time natural resources. And why would I do that? Why would I say that? Because this industry, as much as it's powered by the people of this country, is powered by the resources of its country. The natural gas of this country was mostly used so that we can actually make lower cost garments for people in Europe and US. We used our water resources. Not only that, we used our sinks, our water treated effluent, our waste, everything is built on this. But now we know this is not sustainable. We've run out of gas, we are running out of gas. We have a depleting water table, and all of us, and I'm not talking about brands, I'm not talking about manufacturers, I'm talking about us as an industry, are now realizing that how we run this industry is no longer good enough, and that itself is the challenge. Now, what's the problem? How do we get out of these current conditions and build an industry for the future? And by that, what I mean is build an industry that is sustainable. We have a compelling case to do that. On one side, we know regulations are coming globally. We know resources are a problem. We know climate crisis is a problem. We are one of the most vulnerable countries for climate. And we know our water resources are an issue. But the conversation that we are having is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because although collectively the industry benefited out of Bangladesh, when it comes to sustainability, whether it's about people, whether it's about climate, whether it's about water, the complete burden of this change has now fallen onto manufacturers, and that will not work. I just want to close by saying that if we don't start addressing these issues collectively, we will fail. We will fail as an industry, we will fail as a country, we will fail as we will face as a human civilization. And it's not only Bangladesh. When we fail, the whole world fails. So I want to propose 4 things that we need to be doing. A lot of the time, conversations about climate or sustainability is a lot about sustainable telling as opposed to sustainable doing. If you do 10%, we talk 110%. I think we need to change it. We need to talk less and get our act together and do more. Second, when we talk about sustainability, solution should be on the ground, looking at the ground realities. We cannot have people sitting in US and Europe deciding this is how Bangladesh should decarbonize, this is how they should clean water. Because there is a lot of local realities and nuances that is not visible to the naked eye. So we need to come on the ground. We need to look at what's happening on the ground. We need to have honest conversations between brands and manufacturers, between NGOs and government, so that we can collectively craft solutions together. Third one, what we need is collective action, not a brand telling us what to do and a manufacturer trying to do it. This is not working. What do I mean by collective action? Collective action means that we take responsibility to our collective target. We share the burden of implementing that. We share the burden of financing that. And we share the risk of doing that project. But this is not happening. We are still talking about sustainability with brands sitting on one side, manufacturers sitting on the other side, and both sides pointing fingers. I want to say that it is time that we stop that. It is time that we come together with a shared vision, shared responsibility, shared burden, and shared risk so that we can actually solve the problems. And the final point I want to say is that a lot of the time, the conversation around sustainability, which requires quite a lot of investment, is also viewed through manufacturers taking on debt. I honestly believe this is not going to work. We need to start looking at how we finance both decarbonization and sustainability of this industry on tools outside debt. We've seen some conversations about how consumers can share, but it's beyond that. Because as a climate vulnerable nation who did not contribute much to the climate crisis, there is a climate debt that is owed to Bangladesh. Why do not monetize this debt and let that finance decarbonization? Let that finance climate adaptation. Let that finance infrastructure resilience. If we continue to have the conversations based on the outdated structures that got us into this problem, we will for years come and have the same conversations here in other conferences everywhere in the world and not move the needle to a level that it matters. So I just want to leave you with that thought. This is a shared responsibility. It's a shared burden. I want all of us to work together so that we can solve the problems together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we have actually come to the very end of this forum. Before we bid farewell to everyone, I would like to extend my thanks to our valued partners, the Better Work Bangladesh, International Labour Organization, ILO, International Finance Corporation, IFC, METI, Ministry for Economic Trade and Industry, Government of Japan for all their support, and of course, GIZ Bangladesh, WaterAid Bangladesh for the humble cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to conclude by today's Sustainable Apparel Forum. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the impactful discussion, insight, and connection that have unfolded thought throughout the day. Now, I urge each one of you to take that and learn the connection you have forged and inspire you have gained and turn them into tangible action, whether it's within your communities, organization, or personal choice. In every action that it counts. It's our collective responsibility to take action and drive change in our communities and beyond. Thank you very much for taking the part in the Sustainable Apparel Forum 2024. Together, we definitely can make a difference and we can actually uphold sustainability. Thank you very much for gracing today's event.
Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, the largest private apparel initiative in Bangladesh.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh.
In Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Rest of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged